Chapter 32-39. Half-Saint Nebula Tournament. Wangu Wuji's guess was right. If they weren't from the Wangu clan, Lin Ling wouldn't have given them any face. That was because Lin Ling and the other two had already offended the Heavenly Court. If they offended the Wangu clan, there would be no place for them to stay in the Yen province. Thus, it was better to have one more friend than one more enemy. Of course, if their strength had increased, they wouldn't have such fear. But now, they were still in the process of growth. Not long after, Lin Ling and the other two returned to the mountain peak and returned to their peaceful days. Moreover, with a treasure like the bone-shattering demonic elephant, they did not lack cultivation resources for the time being. Seed of the gods, the flesh and blood of this demonic elephant is probably not weak. Lin Ling began to refine the devil elephant's flesh and blood. He didn't even let go of the elephant's tusks. However, during this period of time, the strength of his physical body had increased too quickly, so after refining it, the effect was not good. Therefore, Lin Ling also temporarily stored the bone-shattering demonic elephant's flesh and blood, waiting for a period of time to refine it. He now had the blood of martial god Qilin and the flesh of the bone-shattering demon elephant. He did not lack cultivation resources in the short term. However, he lacked fire attribute cultivation resources. After all, the space-time divine steel was progressing at a snail's pace. This made him rather anxious. In the following days, Little Rain, Shadow Afterimage, and the others came. When Shadow Afterimage saw the progress of Lin Ling and the others, he couldn't help but be shocked. But when he thought of the miracle that Lin Ling had created, Doing gradually became numb. The few of them stayed at the foot of the mountain, and their days were extremely comfortable. However, 3 days later, Martial Uncle he returned with a piece of news. Lin Ling, Dream Flow, Sakura, 1 month later, there will be a Half-Saint Nebula tournament at the Grand Change Nebula Gate. I have already registered for you. Hearing this, Lin Ling and the other two opened their mouths wide. Master, he was surprised. You don't want to participate? The way he saw it, Xianxia had recommended Lin Ling and the others to come here for the sake of learning martial arts. How could he have known that Lin Ling and the others were here to avoid the limelight? They really had no interest in the competition. Lin Ling and the others even planned to leave the Great Change Nebula sect if their strength reached the Sage Realm. Well, our strength is too weak. We haven't even reached the peak of the Half-Sage Realm. So, we'll only be defeated if we participate. Lin Ling and Sakura looked at each other and laughed dryly. I know that too. Uncle Master, he nodded and said seriously, although you are not as strong as others, you still need to broaden your horizons. Only by knowing the strength of your peers will you be motivated to become stronger. He was very clearly aware that even though Lin Ling's group of 3 had made obvious improvements, the youths of the 9 prefectures that came with Lin Ling's group had already attained the peak of the half-saint realm and were half a step into the ranks of saints. Therefore, it was understandable that Lin Ling and the others felt inferior. As long as you can enter the top 10, everyone will be able to obtain a grade crystal of various attributes. In order to encourage Lin Ling and the others to work harder, Senior Uncle he spoke again. Grade crystal? Lin Ling's eyes suddenly lit up. He had heard that this treasure could enhance one's strength and could also be used for cultivation. Most importantly, it had various attributes. He could ask the Great Change Nebula sect for a grade crystal of the fire element to enhance the talent of the space-time steel. What about the top 3? Sakura's curiosity was also aroused. The top 3 will be rewarded handsomely. You can meet Master. Speaking of the top 3, Senior Uncle he was a little excited. However, Lin Ling and the others rolled their eyes. Meet the martial ancestor of Tai? They were not interested at all. It would be better to reward them with treasures. Therefore, they planned to enter the top 10. Have you all decided to participate? Well, follow me to register. Then, Lin Ling and the others followed Senior Uncle He and left West Mountain. They had been in the Great Change Nebula sect for so long, but this was the first time they had left West Mountain. After a while, they arrived at the ancient Great Change Nebula sect. This sect was built in the mountains. When they looked up, they saw that they were surrounded by green mountains. The environment was very good. Then, senior uncle, he stopped in front of an ancient hall. After giving some instructions, he strode in. At this moment, people were entering the hall one after another. Some were led by seniors, while others entered in groups of 3 to 5. Obviously, they were here to register for the competition. Lin Ling even heard senior uncle He's voice coming from inside. Xianxia's disciples? That cowardly disciple? Well, since they are his disciples, let them participate. They will be exempted from the preliminary round. They only need to go through one challenge. If they pass, they will enter the elimination round and compete for the top 10. Thank you, senior brother. It was obvious that the senior in charge of registration did not think highly of Lin Ling and the others. Lin Ling and the others were unhappy about this. They did not like it when others mocked Xianxia as a cowardly disciple. It's you? While Lin Ling and the others were waiting, someone suddenly looked at Lin Ling and said, "This person was 6 demons honorable." This person was one of the few people that Lin Ling and the others knew in the Great Change Nebula sect. "Oh, it's you, the loser." Sakura suddenly laughed. Perhaps he had heard someone mocking Xianxia, so he was very unhappy at this moment. Therefore, he did not show any respect to Xianxia. 6 demons honorable, who are these people? They look unfamiliar. The people besides 6 demons honorable frowned and looked at Lin Ling and the others. This was because Lin Ling and the others were fearless. Have you forgotten that they are the people who defeated me when I first entered the Great Change Nebula sect? 6 demons honorable said in a low voice. He had reached the 10th heaven of the Sage-to-be realm, so his eyes were burning with fighting spirit. Obviously, he wanted to wash away the humiliation. It's them. I thought that they had left the Great Change Nebula sect. It turns out that they are still here. What are they doing in the Great Change Nebula sect? Are they here to live in seclusion? Why haven't I seen them in the past few days? The surrounding people also reacted and let out cries of surprise. Subsequently, they squinted their eyes. In the previous battle, Lin Ling's strength was considered to be above average among all of them. However, they felt that they had surpassed Lin Ling and the others. 6 demons honorable, didn't you lose the previous time? Why don't we have another round? Someone suddenly suggested. 6 demons honorable wanted to fight, but he had some scruples. When he heard the suggestion, he immediately mustered up his courage. You are no match for me. If you want to die, you won't just be injured this time. I will trample you under my feet. Lin Ling knew what 6 demons honorable was thinking, so he said flatly. His words were blunt. This was because he really did not take 6 demons honorable seriously. Moreover, he did not have time to talk to him. Although he had come here to lie low, it did not mean that he was a pushover. Chapter 3240. Top 10. He wanted to take a step forward, but after meeting Lin Ling's gaze, he suddenly felt an irresistible feeling in his heart. Perhaps the blow that Lin Ling gave him last time was too great, causing him to still have inner demons. Step out. Why wouldn't you dare to take this step? Lin Ling looked at his footsteps and said indifferently, 6 demons venerable, I'll fight him for you. At this time, a young man walked out from the 6 revered lord's side. Apparently, he was also from the divine escort mansion. However, it was obvious that he had a higher status than the 6 revered lord. Okay, thank you brother Wenda. In the end, 6 demon venerable did not dare to take that step. He wanted to use this young man's strength to see if Lin Ling had become stronger. I am Lin Wenda, at the peak of the half-step saint realm, with an 8th grade desolate body. Today, I would like to exchange pointers with you. Since my realm is higher than yours, I won't take advantage of you. I'll let you have 3 moves. The young man's aura was calm, and his words carried a hint of arrogance. He also wanted to seize glory for the godly escort mansion. You'll give me 3 moves? That's too little. How about I give you 10 moves? Lin Ling nodded and also walked out. However, his words caused the expressions of the surrounding people to change. Half-Saint 7th layer, 10 moves? Could it be that his strength had greatly increased during this period of time? However, no matter how much he improved, he shouldn't be a match for someone at the peak of the half-saint realm. 10 moves? On the other hand, Lin Ling was very angry. He was a godly bodyguard who was even stronger than the 6 evil venerable. But he still came out and wanted to use his strength to make Lin Ling regret. How arrogant! Let's see what he'll say when he loses. 6 demon venerable's face was also extremely ugly. 10 moves? Where does his confidence come from? Maybe he thinks he'll lose in the end, so he said that. Seeing that the 2 of them were finally going to fight, many people were not optimistic about Lin Ling. Since they had entered the Great Change Nebula sect, they had experienced many small battles. Therefore, they had a general understanding of each other's strength. Especially Lin Wenda. Supposedly, he's ranked in the top 20 amongst half-saints. Excuse me. At this moment, Lin Wenda had already made his move. An 8th grade desolate body descended. It was the Snow God bloodline, one of the 100 great bloodlines. It was as famous as the Ice God bloodline. The wind and snow fluttered, and the sky and earth were instantly frozen. Based on his aura, if this person appeared elsewhere, he would definitely be a godly existence. The first move is not bad. Lin Ling clasped his hands behind his back and looked over indifferently. In the wind and snow, he punched out. Boom. The snow continued to fall, and the hair and eyebrows of those who were weak were covered in snow. In a short period of time, the 2 of them had exchanged 3 blows. A moment later, a figure surged up as if he had appeared out of thin air. He staggered backwards, and every step he took caused the ground to tremble. Seeing this, everyone was shocked. Because the one who was forced to retreat was actually Lin Wenda. A blizzard immediately appeared under Lin Wenda's feet, locking onto his legs. Finally, this terrifying retreat came to a stop. His expression was extremely gloomy. How can this guy's boundary essence be so strong? My boundary essence at the peak of the Sage to be realm can't even shake him. He let out a low voice. There is always someone better than you. Not everyone likes to participate in some show-off competition. Therefore, to make a decision without seeing the strength of others is a taboo for warriors. Lin Ling smiled and said indifferently, "Previously, I only used 70% of my strength." Again. Lin Wenda's eyes flashed coldly, and he immediately made his move again. He did not believe that Lin Ling was so powerful. Moreover, with so many people watching, he could not lose completely. After all, his opponent was giving him a handicap. Great Snow World destroying palm. This time, he had used 60% of his cultivation level's power. The people in the distance immediately noticed that a cold intent entered their bodies and froze their boundary essence. One had to know that at their level of strength, ordinary ice and snow techniques could not affect them at all. There was even a warrior with fire talent who had flames on the surface of his body. He wanted to resist the ice and snow, but in the end, his flames were also frozen. This is the 4th move. Looking ahead, Lin Ling nodded slightly. Lin Wenda's talent was indeed not bad. This was because he had also noticed that there was divine energy entering his body and freezing everything. However, the realm-devouring beast had appeared in his body and swallowed all the ice and snow energy. Therefore, not only was he fine, but he had also made use of the ice and snow energy to raise his cultivation level slightly. Bang! Without looking at Lin Wenda, Lin Ling punched out again. Kakaka! Lin Wenda's move was broken again. After he retreated, he shook his head continuously. Impossible! He could clearly sense that Lin Ling was not affected by his ice and snow at all. This was far beyond his expectations. One had to know that his ice and snow energy could even freeze a first heaven sage. I don't believe it. Next, Lin Wenda's body turned snow-white, and he shone brightly. He entered the ice and snow and unleashed a storm of attacks on Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling stood there like a pine tree. With one hand behind his back, he easily blocked the attacks with the other hand. His body was frozen from time to time. However, when he moved slightly, all the ice and snow disintegrated. This guy's defense is too terrifying. Can you tell what talent he has? Why can't I understand it at all? Could it be the strength of his physical body? But isn't he a fire talent? Everyone was dumbfounded. At this moment, they finally knew how terrifying Lin Ling was. He had lived in seclusion in the Grand Change Nebula sect and seemed to be stagnant. However, in reality, his strength was more than 90% of them. All right, 10 moves have passed. You can't defeat me. Let's end this. At the same time, Lin Ling's indifferent voice drifted out. He had said that he would give Su Mo 10 moves. He had indeed given Su Mo 10 moves. Most importantly, he had defeated 6 demons venerable not long ago with one hand behind his back. He had defeated 6 demons venerable with one hand behind his back. It was the same today. I've lost. The wind and snow began to stop. A dispirited figure walked out. Blood was dripping from the corner of his mouth. He looked at Lin Ling with eyes full of unwillingness. He was Lin Wenda. He was a rising star who had been groomed by the divine escort mansion. He was even more valued than 6 demons venerable. In the past, he had traveled all over the world and the 9 states. However, he had suffered a heavy blow at this moment. No wonder the divine escort mansion had told him to go to the Yen state if he wanted to become stronger. After entering the Great Change Nebula sect, I have sparred with many experts. I have been defeated, and I have won. However, this is the first time I have seen someone like you who is completely incomprehensible. I estimate that you can already enter the top 10. Lin Wenda said again. We will definitely enter the top 10. Chapter 3241. The competition had begun. Lin Wenda sighed and walked towards the crowd. He stopped beside 6 Spectre Venerable and looked deeply at him. I know you want to wash away your shame, but let me tell you, you don't have any more chances. Sometimes, when it's time to accept your fate, you have to accept it. 6 Spectre Venerable's face turned pale and his heart became dispirited. What happened, Lin Ling? Someone dares to bully you? At this moment, the crowd was forcibly separated and a figure appeared. It was Xia Tianyi. Obviously, he had also received the news that Lin Ling and the other 2 had come out from the Western Mountain. He thought that someone was going to harm Lin Ling. Xia Tianyi, you don't have to worry. These 3 guys don't need your protection. I'm afraid their strength can enter the top 10. Someone immediately said, causing Xia Tianyi to suck in a breath of cold air. When he first met Lin Ling and the others in the Divine Dreamland, he thought that Lin Ling and the others were just passers-by. They were just like-minded people, so he treated them as friends. Who would have thought that the passers-by of the past would be so strong today? Lin Ling looked at Xia Tianyi and felt warmth in his heart. He immediately nodded. Amazing, amazing. I think the 3 of you must have had a fortuitous encounter. Xia Tianyi was undoubtedly happy for Lin Ling. He didn't know that when Lin Ling had just entered the Grand Simplicity Nebula sect, Lin Ling was already stronger than him. The only people who could make Lin Ling fear were the Sage Realm powerhouses of the Grand Simplicity Nebula sect. Lin Ling. At this time, Martial Uncle He also rushed over. He also thought that something had happened. It's nothing. Before Lin Ling could speak, Xiao Yu smiled and said, Martial Uncle He was stunned. He then looked at the crowd seriously and said, in the Grand Simplicity Nebula sect, the strong cannot bully the weak. This is a principle. If I find out that you dare bully them, don't blame me for being impolite. Although he was only a small elder in the Grand Simplicity Nebula sect, he had no problem intimidating these people. Hearing this, everyone smiled bitterly. With Lin Ling's strength, who could bully him? Let's go, I've already signed you up. After which, Martial Uncle He left with Lin Ling and the rest to prepare for the competition. And to martial artists, a month's time was merely the blink of an eye. Therefore, Lin Ling did not cultivate much this month. Firstly, it would be difficult for him to make any progress in the short term. Secondly, he didn't have any opponents he was afraid of in this competition. On the other hand, Lin Ling had used the space-time divine steel to secretly return to Qing province to visit his grandfather and the others. It had to be said that the space-time divine steel had yet to unleash its full power, but its teleportation ability was truly terrifying. From the third princess, Lin Ling learned that the Heavenly Court's people were still hiding in Qing province, waiting for Lin Ling's return. Moreover, the spirit state was the same. This made Lin Ling feel that something was amiss. He realized that the power of the new Heavenly Court was growing stronger and stronger, Of course, with Wenian martial god's power, he indeed had the power to rally supporters. After killing martial god Qilin, Wenian martial god has resurfaced again. The flames of revenge in Lin Ling's heart burned even more vigorously. Then he suppressed those thoughts and asked Xianxia about it. Master, it seems that many people in the Grand Simplicity Nebula sect look down on you. After being pointed out by Lin Ling, Xianxia was undoubtedly extremely embarrassed. In the end, he could only say, "Those people are just jealous of me." Hearing this, Lin Ling chuckled. Sakura and the rest also chuckled. This was because they had roughly guessed that Xianxia had disappointed the Grand Simplicity Patriarch, causing him to feel extremely inferior and finally escape from Yen Province. Master, if there's a chance, I'll clear your name. Looking at Xianxia, who kept laughing dryly, Lin Ling secretly swore. He knew that this would be the pain of Xianxia's life. The competition was getting closer and closer. At this moment, in the Grand Simplicity Nebula sect, under the ancient star tree, an old man sat cross-legged. His eyebrows touched the ground as if he had merged with the ancient tree. Master, tomorrow is the day of the competition. At this moment, a few figures approached the ancient tree and bowed slightly. Hearing this, the old man opened his eyes. Starlight bloomed in his eyes, and a smile appeared on his face. The purpose of this competition is to find that person. I hope that person will reveal his secret when facing an attack from his peers. Definitely. Those who enter the top 3 will be able to meet Master. They might even be accepted as Master's last disciple. Therefore, that person will definitely do his best to show off. Those people laughed one after another. The purpose of this competition was obviously to find that mysterious junior. This was because the realm-swallowing beast had been destroyed in the Glaze Ball assessment. This made the Grand Simplicity Nebula sect very curious about that junior. Originally, they thought that even if that junior hid, the truth would come out sooner or later. However, that junior was really good at hiding. Until now, no one knew who that junior was. He can really keep his composure. I'm getting more and more interested in him. The old man looked at the tree behind him and muttered to himself. Time passed quietly and the competition arrived as scheduled. On this day, all the sage-to-be and sage realms of the Grand Simplicity Nebula sect gathered. Everyone wanted to see how much the strength of these rising stars had improved in this short period of time. Early in the morning, Lin Ling and the others arrived and saw a few familiar faces. Zi Long, the former number 1 sage-to-be in the Yen state. Yi Lingtian, the former number 1 sage-to-be in the Yu state. Yuru, the successor of Miao Shen's true teachings. Lin Ling saw that their strength had greatly improved. They were only one step away from the sage realm. To cross the sage-to-be realm, one must go through the sage's tribulation. Some of them have already broken through, but they don't have the confidence to cross the sage's tribulation. Therefore, they remain at the peak of the sage-to-be realm. Second brother, is the sage's tribulation very difficult? It's very difficult. In the sage-to-be realm, except for the sage-to-be realm from the early stage to the middle stage and from the late stage to the middle stage, the rest of the sage's tribulation is very easy. However, the sage's tribulation is several times more difficult than the sage-to-be realm. If you can't cross it, you'll definitely turn into ashes. But why are there so many sage-to-be realm cultivators? It depends on the talent. The stronger the talent, the stronger the sage's tribulation. Therefore, when you reach the peak of the sage-to-be realm, you must be fully prepared before you break through. Lin Ling kept talking to Sakura and the others. He stared at Zi Long and the others and asked curiously, with the talent of these guys, there should be many forces in the Yen state that want to recruit them. But why did they come to the Grand Simplicity Nebula sect? Perhaps for some inheritance. Although there are many sects in the Yen state that are bigger than the Grand Simplicity Nebula sect, in terms of age, the Grand Simplicity Nebula sect is older. Meng Lu said thoughtfully. Lin Ling nodded. While they were talking, the competition had already begun. The contestants had already passed the preliminary round and were preparing for the knockout round. Lin Ling and the others joined later. Although they did not need to go through the preliminary round, they still needed to go through a challenge. Therefore, not long after, Lin Ling and the others' names were called. Chapter 3242. Translator, Nyoibo Studio he easily passed. As soon as the name came out, the eyes of the seniors of the Grand Change Nebula sect lit up. I heard he's a disciple of Xianxia. Some of the seniors who were jealous of Xianxia in the past were now gloating over his misfortune. In the past, Xianxia had failed his mission and was too ashamed to face the Grand Simplicity Patriarch. Hence, he escaped from the Grand Simplicity Nebula sect. This made them think that Xianxia's disciples were similar to him. They were all cowardly bandits. 8th stage half-saint? Their strength isn't very strong. I think that there should be many people who want to challenge them and snatch their spots. That's for sure. Those seniors were all laughing and chatting. Who's coming? On the martial stage, Sakura looked around and waved his hand faintly. That martial uncle, he was incomparably nervous, deeply afraid that Sakura would be eliminated. However, the surroundings were completely silent. Finally, after the time it takes for 3 incense sticks to burn, Sakura got impatient and successfully entered the knockout round. At this moment, the seniors of the Great Change Nebula sect were confused. What was going on? Dreamstream. Next, it was Dreamflow's turn. However, the surroundings were still silent. The faces of those young geniuses were gloomy. They had long heard of the battle a month ago, so they didn't dare to provoke Lin Ling's group. Everyone's silence had undoubtedly left all the seniors dumbfounded. Perhaps because the first person's cultivation was too low, the others didn't want to bully him, so he was lucky enough to pass. But no one challenged the second person? However, what surprised all the seniors was that Meng Lu didn't even bother to speak. This time, someone must have gone up. A senior said with great certainty. After being mocked as trash, anyone with a backbone would probably go up and teach Xianxia's disciple a lesson. However, there was still nothing. Even Uncle Master He's mouth was agape. Even though he was very familiar with Lin Ling and the others, Lin Ling and the others rarely fought in the sect, so he was utterly unaware of the strength of Lin Ling and the others. Next, Lin Ling. It was finally Lin Ling's turn. Half-Saint 7th layer? That's a very low cultivation level. There should be someone this time. Many seniors widened their eyes and waited for the outcome. They didn't believe that all 3 Xianxia's disciples could enter the knockout round. Who's coming? I'll fight you with one hand. On the martial stage, Lin said indifferently. Unfortunately, the surroundings was still silent. You don't? Then I'll fight you with 2 hands. Lin Studio Linli said. Although he didn't, he was Shiyun's Xian Studio Xian. Who's fighting? Whose Shiyun Studio is studio? Who's Shiyun Studio? Martial sect studio? Sect studio among the seniors studio. On the other hand, Uncle He's heart was pounding violently. He did not expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant. If he was defeated, it would be troublesome. Senior brother Xing already did not have a good reputation in the sect. If his disciple also lost face, his reputation would fall to the bottom of the valley. However, sect Nexuan sect Yun Xiu Studio the Jojo geniuses were whispering among themselves. Only a fool would go up. That guy has defeated Lin Wenda. He's bound to enter the top 10. Isn't he looking for trouble? Obviously, everyone had witnessed the battle a month ago. At that time, Lin Ling had generously allowed Lin Wenda 10 moves and defeated him with one hand. If such a fierce person were to go all out, his strength would be unimaginable. Therefore, other than those who had entered the knockout round, ordinary people could only look up to the 3 of them. Under the astonishment of the sect elders, Lin Ling and the other 2 had successfully passed the round and started to compete for the top 10 positions. What's going on? Even Zilong, Yiling Tian, and Yuru, the top half-sage realm cultivators, frowned. Obviously, they weren't clear about the battle a month ago. The 3 of them defeated Lin Wenda. However, at this moment, Xia Tianyi laughed from the side. Without a doubt, Zilong and the others' expressions changed. Although Lin Wenda's strength wasn't as strong as theirs, he wasn't weak either. If they could defeat him, it meant that they could enter the top 10. Interesting. Those who can enter the top 10 are either at the peak of the half-sage realm or at the 10th heaven of the half-sage realm. The three of them actually defeated their opponents. This means that they're really strong. However, I'm the king below the half-sage realm. Therefore, they're still my subordinates. While Zilong and the others were surprised, an arrogant voice suddenly came from the side. Such a voice would usually attract hostility from them. However, when they saw the person who spoke, Zilong and the others fell silent. That was because this person was called Zui Yunfei. He joined the sect Nexuan sect later. It was said that he was one of the Flame Emperor's men. His strength was extremely terrifying. He had once defeated thousands of half-sage realm cultivators at the same time. This matter had once caused an uproar in the Yen state. There were also rumors that even the former number 1 half-sage realm cultivator in the Yen state, Sanzi, would be defeated by this person. This was because he was an invincible half-sage realm cultivator. Of course, as the current number 1 half-sage realm cultivator in the Yen state, Zilong naturally wasn't convinced. However, in the sect Nexuan sect, he had been severely defeated by this person several times. He finally knew that unless he stepped into the sage realm, he wouldn't be a match for him. I know that you're very strong. However, there's always someone better than you. At this moment, Xia Tianyi said faintly. Oh, you're not convinced? Zui Yunfei looked at Xia Tianyi with a smile. Ancient flames appeared in his eyes. With just a glance, Xia Tianyi felt immense pressure. It was said that Zui Yunfei had a 10th grade desolate body. He was even half a step into the ultimate desolate body. This was the fiery demon divine body, a powerful talent that combined flames and flesh into one. Xia Tianyi couldn't win against such a talent. Junior sister Yuru, what do you think? Seeing that Xia Tianyi didn't speak, Zui Yunfei looked at the girl beside him and smiled. Senior brother Zui, you're really strong. Yuru replied faintly. She looked a little cold. Seeing this, Zui Yunfei smiled. However, he thought to himself, one of the true disciples of Miao Shen. I'll get my hands on such a beauty sooner or later. His smile was well hidden, but it was still caught by Zilong and the others. They also knew that Zui Yunfei was pursuing Yuru. However, Yuru didn't seem to be interested in Zui Yunfei. In fact, they were also attracted to a beauty like Yuru. Firstly, she was a true disciple of Miao Shen and had the backing of a powerful boundary god. Secondly, Yuru was a powerful boundary master. It was said that she was only slightly weaker than Yeshua. Therefore, if they could win her heart, it would mean that they had a virtuous wife who could help them forge weapons and set up ancient arrays. Chapter 3243. Lin Ling entered the battle. Even on the distant Green Mountain, some divine cranes, unicorns, and other divine beings were watching the competition at this moment. Regardless of whether these divine beasts could understand it or not, if they could absorb some fur, it would be of great help to them. This was because even though the matches in the tournament were merely a clash of fists and kicks, every punch and kick contained the secrets of the universe's chaos. And during this process, Lin Ling and the other two also appeared one after another. Everyone was looking forward to it. However, the result was that all the opponents that appeared were defeated by Lin Ling and the others in a clean and efficient manner. In the end, when the contestant saw Lin Ling and the other two, he immediately admitted defeat. This result undoubtedly shocked the seniors of the Great Change Nebula sect. Never in their wildest dreams did they expect Xing Xiun's disciples to be so strong. Even Master's junior master, he was shocked. Then he burst out laughing. As for Lin Ling and the other two, they smoothly entered the top 10. These 10 people also became the focus of attention and began to compete for the top 3. These 10 people are the same as us. They all come from various places in the 9 provinces and are all proud sons of heaven. However, the gap between them and us is too big. I heard that the top 3 can meet the Tai martial ancestor. I wonder who will be in the top 3. Everyone's emotions surged, and they were incomparably excited. Even those 10 people were the same. If there was an exception, it would naturally be Lin Ling's group of 3. Because their goal was to enter the top 10, and now they had accomplished their goal. However, Master's junior uncle, he was extremely excited. He hoped that Lin Ling and the other two could enter the top 3 and finally meet Master. At that time, Master would definitely remember Xianxia. As for the top 3, they would be able to challenge each other on their own, and only the top 5 would be able to choose the corresponding level crystal. This news made Lin Ling surprised. He hurriedly looked at Sakura and the others, but they shrugged indifferently. Second brother, we only need the rank crystal. As for the attributes, that's not a big problem. Yes, and even if I want the corresponding attributes, I'm afraid the Grand Change Nebula sect doesn't have it. Sakura and Meng Lu spoke at the same time. Their talents were related to the underworld, so the rank crystal was naturally rare. In fact, if Lin Ling wanted the rank crystals of other attributes, the Grand Change Nebula sect might not have it. For example, rank crystal that was related to the Dragon Clan. Fortunately, he only needed fire elemental crystals. It should not be difficult for the Grand Change Nebula sect to find such crystals. Then, I'll compete for the top 5. Lin Ling nodded his head and looked at the martial arts stage. The battle on the stage was the battle. Rank is that's the Star Realm Martial sect is Martial's Heaven Dragon Editor, is a stage Nebulb is Martial. This young man was extremely mysterious. His face was dark and his eyes were cold. If he had not defeated Xia Tianyi, no one would have noticed him. Is Xia Tianyi said dispiritedly after she left. Even Sakura and the others were a little surprised. They hurriedly looked at Lin Ling and asked. Lin Ling stared at the young man indifferently and then nodded. This person is an assassin from the Flying Dragon organization. Hearing this, Sakura and the others finally understood. No wonder Xia Tianyi couldn't restrain the young man's aura. It turned out that the cold aura was murderous aura. Murderous aura seemed similar to the ghost demon Dao, but in fact, it belonged to 2 different martial arts. Next battle, Yuru. Soon, it was the turn of the next battle. When Iyuru went on the stage, the whole audience was in an uproar. Iyuru's strength was indeed tyrannical. With a wave of her hand, she set up a spirit barrier and defeated her opponent easily. This also made the atmosphere of the Grand Change Nebula sect reach its peak. Although everyone knew that Iyuru's strength was not weak, they didn't expect her to be so strong. Good spirit barrier Dao, Iyuru. You should have set up a spirit barrier around your body. When you meet an opponent, you set up the spirit barrier with a wave of your hand. It seems that among all the half-step saints, you are the best in terms of spirit barrier. Some elders of the Grand Change Nebula sect praised her. Iyuru revealed a faint smile and shook her head. Among the half-step saints of the Grand Change Nebula sect, except for those seniors, there is one person of the same age who is not inferior to me in terms of spirit barrier Dao. In front of him, I am just showing off my slight skill before an expert. As soon as these words came out, everyone's face changed. Iyuru came from the true inheritance of Miaoxin. In terms of spirit barrier Dao, if she claimed to be the second, who would dare to claim to be the first? But now, she said that there was someone of the same age who was more powerful than her. What? Zui Yunfei, who had been closing his eyes, finally opened his eyes and stared at Iyuru. He found that this beauty didn't seem to be joking. Instead, there was a clear light of admiration in her eyes. Who is it? Zui Yunfei felt extremely uncomfortable. His eyes were also searching among the crowd. In fact, the others were also doing the same, but in the end, there was no result. On the contrary, Iyuru quietly glanced at Lin Ling. After a faint smile, she left the martial stage. Others didn't notice this glance, but Lin Ling and the other 2 saw it. She recognized us? Di Shirtian frowned. It should be Yeshua who told her. Lin Ling pondered for a moment and smiled faintly. He didn't care because as long as it was Yeshua's people, it was also one of them. Following that, the competition continued. It was Yi Lingtian's turn to fight. This person's strength was recognized as strong, so he easily defeated his opponent. It was the same for Zi Long. If there were no accidents, these 2 would definitely enter the top 3. After they fought, it was Lin Ling's turn soon. Lin Ling wanted to enter the top 5, so he had to fight in this battle no matter what. When he walked out, The entire Grand Change Nebula sect was silent because Lin Ling could be considered as an expert who came out of nowhere. Although his strength was not as strong as the top 3, he couldn't be underestimated. Since he can defeat Lin Wenda, his strength must be in the top 10. But the top 10 aren't weak. Will he move forward or be at the bottom? Many people were curious. As for Lin Ling, he chose his opponent at will. His gaze swept across the 9 people. Di Shitian and Meng Lu didn't need to fight. To enter the top 5, they only needed to challenge one of the strongest 5. Finally, Lin Ling's gaze fell on Zilong and Yi Lingtian. Seeing this, people's hearts immediately felt as if they were struck by lightning. Could it be that Lin Ling wanted to challenge the second and third strongest? Zilong and Yi Lingtian had mysterious smiles on their faces. Yi Lingtian's smile was a kind of anticipation, while Zilong's was a kind of disdain. But soon, Lin Ling's gaze passed over them. Chapter 3244. Defeated in one move. After all, as the son of the devil, he was famous for many of his skills, such as the calamity-annihilating Sun Bao. If he used it, with so many people watching, he couldn't guarantee that no one would recognize him. Me. At this moment, Zui Yunfei's long hair fluttered in the wind. He noticed that Lin Ling was looking at him. This made him want to laugh. A mere 7th-layer half-sage dares to challenge him? This was courting death. Therefore, he believed that this guy called Lin Ling wouldn't court death. However, this was indeed the case. I choose you. Lin Ling finally spoke. His opponent was the cold-faced youth who had defeated Xia Tianyi. It's him. Everyone's gaze landed on the young man, and their eyes were filled with surprise. Because the cold and indifferent young man's strength wasn't weak, and he was already ranked at the 4th position. According to common sense, Lin Ling should start from the weakest to the strongest, and not attempt to reach the top 5 in a single bound. Interesting. The cold young man smiled for the first time. He floated over from the front like a ghost. Most importantly, his speed was extremely fast, almost comparable to the purple dragons. The surroundings of the square were in an uproar when they saw this scene. Who do you think is more powerful, that mysterious young man or Lin Ling? In the previous battle between the mysterious youth and Xia Tianyi, he seemed to have used his full strength. So far, Lin Ling has defeated his opponents with one hand. I think Lin Ling is stronger. That might not be the case. A series of discussions could be heard among the crowd. Even Zilong and the others were evaluating the situation. In the end, they came to a conclusion that Lin Ling had a 60% chance of winning. Of course, the process would be very difficult, and he would win by luck. At this moment, the mysterious young man looked at Lin Ling indifferently and said in a cold voice, I estimate that your strength is about the same as Xia Tianyi's. Even he lost to me. I don't understand why you chose me. Because it's simpler. Lin Ling smiled and replied indifferently. His words caused the mysterious young man's pupils to constrict. Xia Tianyi, who was at the edge of the martial arts platform, opened her mouth wide. Simple? That mysterious youth wasn't simple at all. No matter if it was in terms of natural talent or cultivation base, he was a top figure in the half-saint realm. Especially the 9th-grade desolate body. It was extremely mystical. To this day, no one knew what kind of desolate body it was. Very well, I will let you know that Jane is not simple. The mysterious young man didn't say much. After nodding his head, he also attacked. The shadow quietly spread out. The sky and the earth seemed to be dyed with ink. The most frightening thing was that these shadows could isolate everything, making it impossible for people to see through them. Eugene's bloodline. At the same time, the seniors of the Grand Change Nebula sect shouted in a low voice. This was also one of the 100 great bloodlines, and it was an extremely mysterious bloodline talent. The shadow shrouded Lin Ling, causing Lin Ling to nod slightly. This mysterious youth was indeed somewhat powerful. He was sure that if this young man was placed in the 9 prefectures, he would definitely be an emperor amongst half-saints. In the Grand Change Nebula sect, he was indeed ranked 4th. Unfortunately, he met Lin Ling. The reason why Lin Ling chose him as his opponent was because the mysterious young man's techniques were similar to Do afterimages. In fact, he was not as powerful as Do afterimages. Lin Ling was extremely familiar with Do afterimages techniques. Therefore, he didn't need to use his full strength. The shadow began to disperse, and everything returned to normal. However, it seemed to have formed some kind of domain. This was a domain of an assassin. The quieter it was, the more dangerous it was. This also allowed people to see the scene on the martial arts platform clearly. However, the mysterious young man had disappeared. Only Lin Ling was standing there. Almost at the same time, a cold light finally appeared. It seemed to have come from the void and slashed towards Lin Ling. Although the cold light didn't seem powerful, it was a fatal blow from an assassin. At this moment, the seniors of the Grand Change Nebula sect stood up. Their expressions changed drastically. What a ruthless blow! Martial uncle, he shouted anxiously, warning Lin Ling to be careful. However, Lin Ling, who was in the domain, didn't seem to hear anything from the outside. On the contrary, he slowly stretched out his fist and placed his other hand behind his back. Oh my God, he's not going to use another punch, is he? His appearance undoubtedly made people's expressions extremely interesting. After all, Lin Ling only had a 50% chance of defeating the mysterious young man. But now, Lin Ling was underestimating his opponents so much. Could it be that after he came out of nowhere, all the opponents he met were too weak, causing him to be arrogant and complacent? An arrogant soldier is bound to be defeated. Defeat him. Many people were unhappy with Lin Ling. With one hand behind his back, he was using only one hand to fight against his opponent. Such arrogance naturally made them feel uncomfortable. The mysterious young man snorted in his heart, "You're so arrogant. I'll make you fail miserably." In fact, he wasn't very confident in fighting against Lin Ling. The reason was that he still didn't know what Lin Ling's techniques were. But now, he felt that Lin Ling was going to lose without a doubt. Almost at the same time, the cold light finally reached Lin Ling's back. The light flashed and was about to slash Lin Ling's back. However, Lin Ling seemed to have eyes behind his back. He waved his left hand lightly and casually. Smith. The fatal blow was caught by the mysterious young man's arm. It was like hitting a snake at its weakest point. The mysterious young man couldn't exert any strength at all. "You've lost." At the same time, Lin Ling said with a smile. He waved his left hand and swatted the young man's arm away from the dagger. Then he threw a light punch. Boom. The punch seemed calm, but when it landed on the mysterious young man, he immediately felt a surge of power. The power was comparable to the sage stage. He spat out blood and flew backward, crashing onto the ground. Everyone was shocked. Without martial arts, without using the power of cultivation level, and without using his talent, Lin Ling won easily. And it was only one move. Most importantly, it was only one hand. How is this possible? The young man sat on the ground and kept recalling the previous scene. His mind was confused. He could only be sure that Lin Ling could see through his means and that his attack was very powerful. He won. In the crowd, Uncle Master, he was stunned. His eyes were wet. At this moment, he wished he could find Xing Xiaoyun and tell him that his disciple had won and entered the top 4. Lin Ling won. Then he looked at Sakura and the rest excitedly. He thought that Sakura and the rest would be very excited too. In the end, the two of them were drinking and talking about other topics. When they talked about the key points, they laughed loudly. They didn't even look at the martial stage. Uncle Master, he was speechless. Were these two guys worried about Lin Ling? "You guys are still drinking? Stop drinking. Look, Lin Ling won." Uncle Master, he hurriedly said to the two of them excitedly. "It's just a win. What's the big deal?" Sakura and the others subconsciously said. Their words made martial uncle he flabbergasted. However, after Sakura and the others reacted quickly, their faces became incomparably excited. They looked up to the sky and laughed. However, this kind of excitement gave martial uncle he a feeling that it was fake. Chapter 3245. He was ranked 4th. Physical strength? At this moment, among the higher-ups of the Great Change Nebula sect, an old man muttered to himself. He defeated his opponent with a single punch without using his talent. He didn't even use his boundary essence. This should be the strength of his physical body. Do you guys think that this young man will be the one taking the test? Master, I don't think so. Although the physical strength displayed by the youth so far is very curious, that mysterious person was able to defeat the realm-swallowing beast. Therefore, I don't think it's him. It should be Zui Yunfei, who is ranked first. There was a group of people in front of the old man, but at this moment, a man in his 30s laughed. Your analysis is right. The old man looked at him with admiration and nodded in satisfaction. In fact, he already had an answer in his heart. He was just testing these people. These people were all his closed-door disciples, and among them, that man was the one he valued the most. Next, let's see Zui Yunfei's strength. The man was still smiling. He was slightly older than Lin Ling, but he had already reached the Saint Realm. From the perspective of talent, this person was indeed extraordinary. That was because he possessed the ultimate desolate body. After Lin Ling entered the top 4, it was Zui Yunfei's turn to fight very quickly. Without a doubt, the Grand Change Nebula sect was shaken. Because Zui Yunfei's strength has already been recognized, everyone knows how powerful he is. Zui Yunfei was also extremely domineering, directly declaring war on Zilong and Yi Lingtian. This action shocked everyone once again. He's worthy of being able to defeat 1,000 experts at the initial stage of the half-saint stage. Zilong and the others had already lost to Zui Yunfei. They knew that they were no match for Zui Yunfei, so they decided to join forces. Moreover, they were quite angry in their hearts. They planned to join hands and humiliate Zui Yunfei greatly, who asked him to be so domineering and arrogant. However, the result was that the two of them were not Zui Yunfei's match even after joining forces. Zui Yunfei was someone who could break through to the half-step sage realm at any time. His talent was already half a step into the ultimate desolate body. He possessed a powerful flame energy and his physical strength. In the end, he even unleashed the bloodline of the Dragon Clan. The Grand Change Nebula sect was in an uproar. After the famous Longyang and Iyuru of the 9 regions, this was another person who was in human form but possessed the bloodline of the Dragon Clan. Without a doubt, after using his trump card, Zui Yunfei won easily. Furthermore, his eyes were filled with arrogance as he looked at Iyuru calmly. It was as if he was saying that both of them had the aura of the Dragon Clan and were a match made in heaven. Unfortunately, Iyuru did not pay attention to his gaze. She was only surprised by Zui Yunfei's dragon aura. That was because Zui Yunfei had hidden himself too deeply. Even she had not sensed it. In fact, even Lin Ling didn't notice it. Indra and Meng Lu's expressions had even changed violently as they gazed at Lin Ling. Obviously, they were extremely surprised as well. Second brother, is his dragon bloodline stronger or is yours? Sakura couldn't help but ask curiously. Of course it's mine. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. Not only did he possess the dragon bone, but the dragon bone had also undergone a great deal of tempering. It contained the nether dragon-associated fluid and the 4 ferocious world-devouring beasts. To him, Zui Yunfei was just a small dragon. Hearing that, Indra and the others finally relaxed. After Zui Yunfei won, his expression and gaze were as if he was looking down on the world. It was as if all the half-sage realm experts were his subordinates. He had also become the well-deserved number 1. Now that the number 1 position had been determined, all that was left was the competition for the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place. Unfortunately, no one dared to challenge the top 5. Instead, the top 5 were competing for the ranking. Soon, it would be Lin Ling's turn. Everyone was looking forward to it. They did not know if Lin Ling would be able to surpass another rank. After all, up until now, Lin Ling was the only one who had not used his full strength. I forfeit. Unfortunately, just as everyone was looking forward to it, Lin Ling spoke with a smile. His words were like a bucket of cold water that extinguished everyone's enthusiasm. Among them, Masters Jr., he was the most affected, because he wanted Lin Ling to enter the top 3 and be favored by Master. Then, he would help Xianxia Yun to wash away the infamy of being a coward. This, don't you want to persuade him? Masters Jr., he could not help but ask Indra and the others. Why should we persuade him? Lin Ling thinks that he is no match for him, so he forfeited. If he continues to fight, he will only lose face. But shouldn't martial artists face difficulties head-on? If he forfeits, others will think of him as a coward. What's the point? Masters Junior, he continued to persuade them. However, Indra and the others did not seem to care at all. This was because they knew that Lin Ling could defeat thousands of troops. However, there was no point in continuing the fight. As for being favored by martial ancestry, Lin Ling did not care about it. If he really wanted to clear his master's name, he would do it on a more glorious occasion. That would be the time when Lin Ling would leave Tai E Nebula sect. He forfeited just like that. What a disappointment, coward. Sigh, this is normal. After seeing Zhui Yunfei's strength, the others would not dare to fight for first place. It seems like the rankings have been decided. Everyone was discussing among themselves. Although some looked down on Lin Ling, they felt that everything was normal. Zhui Yunfei and the others felt that everything was normal. Lin Ling was indeed smart. If he really dared to fight, he would definitely leave in disgrace. Even Zilong had the same thought. If there was an exception, it would be Ling Tian and Yu Rou. They felt that Lin Ling was not just that. An exciting nebula competition had finally come to an end. Of course, to Lin Ling and the others, this competition was a little boring. Therefore, after they had received their rewards, they left. The people glanced at Lin Ling and thought that Lin Ling and the other two felt embarrassed and did not dare to stay any longer, so they left. They did not care about this. Instead, they kept congratulating Zhui Yunfei and the other strong people. Zhui Yunfei was in high spirits. He knew that the Tai Patriarch was a strong person from the era of the deities. Being able to meet him today would definitely benefit him greatly. The Flame Emperor had also said that the Tai Patriarch was very close to one of the 9 states' 10 martial gods. Therefore, being able to curry favor with the Tai Patriarch would only bring benefits and no harm. Thinking of this, Zhui Yunfei smiled proudly. He looked around, trying to find the woman with the same bloodline. However, the woman had already walked into the distance. Most importantly, not far in front of her was Lin Ling and the others. What? This scene made Zhui Yunfei's pupils tremble violently. Yu Rou did not worship his light. Instead, she went to chase after Lin Ling and the other cowards. He suddenly felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife. The crowd's words of worship were like mocking laughter at this moment. It made him feel as if he was wearing a huge green hat. He got first place, but he lost that woman? How could this be? How could this be? He kept shaking his head, completely unable to understand. Chapter 3246. The Increase in Fire Talent. Lin Ling Di Shirtian, Meng Lu, you have guts. Zhui Yunfei could not figure it out, so he could only place all his anger on Lin Ling and the others. At that moment, Lin Ling and the others were walking towards the western mountain. The girl chasing behind them made them frown. Senior Lin Ling. The one chasing after Lin Ling and the others was Yu Rou. Why are you following us? Lin Ling stopped in his tracks and looked at the beauty with a cold expression. Me. His appearance made Yu Rou a bit embarrassed and she did not know what to say. Lin Ling, what kind of attitude is this? She is a true disciple of Miao Shen and she is a girl. Treat her better. Me. Although martial uncle he was puzzled as to why Yu Rou was following them, he could not help but reprimand her. No, I was too rude. Me. Yu quickly waved her hand, as if she was afraid that Lin Ling and the others would be angry. In reality, she also knew why Lin Ling was angry. She knew that Lin Ling was the son of the demon and he came here to avoid the limelight. Naturally, he did not want to be the focus of everyone. It was also because her senior sister, Ye Shui, was currently hiding somewhere in the 9 provinces to avoid the limelight. The reason why she looked for Lin Ling was because she heard from her senior sister that Lin Ling's spirit formation Dao was unfathomable and broke the rules. So, she wanted to ask for advice. After that, she said her purpose. Of course, she did not mention the spirit formation Dao. She only said that she encountered some problems in martial arts and wanted to ask Lin Ling for advice. Lin Ling pondered for a bit and knew what Yu Rou was thinking. In addition, martial uncle he was here, so he could not refuse. Then come with us to the Western Mountain. However, we do not provide food. If you want to eat, solve it yourself. Me. After leaving those words, Lin Ling strode forward. Seeing this, martial uncle, he helplessly patted his head. This guy was too arrogant. No matter what, Yuru was still a beauty and a powerful beauty. No problem, I am good at cooking. I can cook for you, Senior Lin Ling. Me. However, Yuru did not care. Instead, she was overjoyed and followed Lin Ling. This made martial uncle, he was dumbfounded. Compared to the tranquil West Mountain, the Grand Change Nebula sect was extremely lively. Zui Yunfei, Zilong, and Yi Lingtian, who were ranked in the top 3, were obviously the center of attention. Even some of the experts in the Saint stage praised them. They also got to meet the Grand Change Patriarch as they wished. This was a great Yen. The Tai Grand Ancestor was considered an extremely ancient figure in the Yen state. If one could become his last disciple, one would be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort on the path of martial arts. Unfortunately, the last disciple seemed simple, but after so many years, there were only a few people who could become the last disciple. Is Fu Yuyu? Although Zui Yunfei and the others did not become his last disciple, they were at least one step closer. Moreover, they had received guidance from the Tai Patriarch. What a pity for Lin Ling. He actually gave up. If he continued to fight, he might have been able to enter the top 3. While people were envious, they also thought of Lin Ling. Some people were gloating, while others felt pity. The West Mountain was as tranquil as ever, as if it was a mountain peak that reached the heavens. Even the wind was incomparably clean, especially at night, when the stars twinkled. It was as if one could touch an ancient myth. Iyuru stayed here and was responsible for the food and shelter of Lin Ling and the others. This surprised Master He. He never thought that such a famous woman would have such a gentle personality. She was the type of wife and mother. Even Xiao Yu was very close to Iyuro. Most importantly, Iyuro's cooking skills were very good. She was able to move Xiao Yu with her cooking skills. As for Lin Ling and the others, although they were sages, it did not matter if they did not eat or drink. However, delicious food was sometimes a pleasure, so they would not refuse. Tiske Tisk, second brother, this girl is not bad. Sakura quietly looked at the busy Iyuro and said with a smile, "What, you like her?" Lin Ling turned his head and looked at him strangely. Sakura hurriedly waved his hand and said, "I don't want to touch these love affairs now. I still want to improve my strength." "What about you, Meng Lu?" Lin Ling looked at the white-haired youth beside him. The latter shrugged his shoulders and said, "I also live by martial arts. I have no plans for the relationship between men and women for the time being." "You two are really blockheads." Lin Ling rolled his eyes at each of them. Lin Ling's son was not young anymore, but these two guys were not married yet. It really made people anxious. One had to know that if Sakura and the others were in Lin Ling's previous world, it was possible for them to be grandfathers now. However, the two worlds were different. With the age of Sakura and the others, if they were in the previous world, they would only be 25 or 26 years old. After all, this world lived by martial arts and surpassed the limits of the human body. As the lifespan continued to increase, people aged slowly. "Big brother Lin Ling, it's done." At this moment, a soft voice came from outside the house. Moreover, bursts of meat fragrance also drifted over, which made Lin Ling and the others walk out. That night, under the quiet night, the few of them chatted and laughed wittily. Although Iyuro had a gentle temperament, when she spoke to Lin Ling, there was more or less a trace of reverence. Mainly, she knew that Lin Ling was the famous son of the devil in the 9 states. Lin Ling's attitude towards her was also neither cold nor indifferent. After all, there was no friendship between them. If it was Yeshua, it would be more appropriate. They could talk more. After dinner, the group chatted for a while more before they entered into cultivation. On the path of martial arts, if you don't advance, you will fall behind. This was a principle that everyone knew. Lin Ling also sat cross-legged in the house to cultivate. A diamond-shaped crystal block appeared in his hand. This crystal block was extremely mysterious. Its surface had a fiery red brilliance flowing around it, as if it was drifting in the air like fog. The fire element level crystal. Until now, Lin Ling still did not know how this treasure was formed. However, he knew that it could be used to raise the level of the fire element. Of course, Lin Ling's fire element level was currently 0. Only his demon sword level had reached 60%. Therefore, he did not plan to create another fire element level crystal. Instead, he planned to use it to raise his innate talent and raise his cultivation level. He silently chanted the Chaos Divine formula in his heart. The crystal in his hand quietly dispersed. Clouds drifted and enveloped Lin Ling's entire body. At the same time, the space-time divine steel turned into a mini version and floated above Lin Ling's head, rolling and rotating. That ancient aura also quietly emanated out. It was extremely surging. When the fire element level crystal's power enveloped the space-time divine steel, it was as if a god had taken action, unlocking layers of seals. Time quietly passed just like that. When Lin Ling opened his eyes, ancient runes appeared in his pupils. The space-time divine steel silently merged into his head. This made him realize that the space-time divine steel's innate talent had reached the level of a 7th-grade desolate body. This improvement was not small. Chapter 3247. A big operation. But now, he had come to the Yen state. This was the oldest divine prefecture in the land of the 9 prefectures. There were traces left behind by gods everywhere. A 7th-grade desolate body was not enough to dominate. However, it was enough to greatly increase Lin Ling's strength. Currently, his 3 dantians had all reached the 7th grade of desolate body. Only his lightning-type dantian was still ordinary. It could only provide dense realm essence. His realm has also broken through? After that, Lin Ling checked his dantian and discovered that his fire attribute dantian had entered the 8th stage of the half-saint realm. But because of the limited resources, the other 3 dantians were still in the 7th stage realm range. If I attain the mastery of the half-saint realm, then I'll be able to open my 5th dantian. Although the other dantians didn't improve, it still made Lin Ling happy. Then, Lin Ling pushed open the door and walked out. Outside the house, Xiaoyu was talking to Little White Rabbit and Little Deer. Do you guys want sweets? Why don't you eat sweets? It's delicious. Unfortunately, Bunny and Xiaolu did not give Xiaoyu any face. They shook their heads, causing Xiaoyu to pout, her face filled with displeasure. Xiaoyu's cute appearance had undoubtedly amused Lin Ling. Xiaoyu, Little White Rabbit eats carrots. Lin Ling couldn't help but laugh. Brother! Xiaoyu immediately rushed over and hugged Lin Ling's thigh with her 2 little hands. She almost climbed up his thigh and onto Lin Ling's shoulder. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. He picked up the little girl and placed her on his shoulder. He looked over and saw a woman busily preparing lunch for everyone. It had to be said that her gentle patience had completely moved Lin Ling. Iyuru! Lin Ling made a sound. Big brother Lin Ling. Iyuru immediately turned her head and looked at him with some doubts. If you encounter any difficulties in the path of world spirit techniques, as long as I am able to help you, I will do my best to help you. Really? The spoon in Iyuru's hand subconsciously fell to the ground. Her face was full of surprise. Although the Great Change Nebula sect did not lack some powerful boundary masters, in the face of Miao Shen's true inheritance, the boundary masters were simply not enough. Therefore, in the Great Change Nebula sect, the only person she could humbly seek advice from was Lin Ling. Of course it's true. Seeing Iyuru's excited look, Lin Ling smiled and nodded. Inside the house, Sakura and Meng Lu both smiled at the same time. Lin Ling, this fellow, had finally begun to give pointers to others? In the following days, Lin Ling was extremely free. When he was free, he would visit Yuyu and the others. Occasionally, he would cultivate and give Yuru some pointers. Of course, Lin Ling was also secretly paying attention to the Heavenly Court. However, he discovered that the Heavenly Court hadn't stopped searching for them. Moreover, he received news that a few more people from the God-slaying alliance had been captured. The news of Iyuru living in the West Mountain had undoubtedly spread to many people in the Great Change Nebula sect, especially Zui Yunfei. He was undoubtedly furious. Until now, he still couldn't understand why Lin Ling and the other two had the right to do so. As for the people of the Great Change Nebula sect, the way they looked at Zui Yunfei had quietly changed. A huge green hat was shining brightly on Zui Yunfei's head. This made Zui Yunfei finally realize that Lin Ling and the other two had already given him a huge threat. On this day, Martial Uncle He arrived and brought a piece of news. All the major sects in the Yen province have gathered to prepare for a crusade against the great demon sect of the 9 prefectures' 10 evils. Therefore, before the operation, all the sects in the vicinity have to gather. The Great Change Nebula sect has said that all the half-saints will be mobilized. Great Demon Sect? Hearing this, Lin Ling and the others' faces changed. Lin Ling really didn't know much about the Great Demon Sect of the 9 prefectures' 10 evils. He couldn't help but look at Meng Lu. Meng Lu's face was somewhat solemn as he quietly sent a voice transmission. The Great Demon Sect is said to be a demon from the era of the gods. They once fought against the gods. They are cruel and ruthless. They once stirred up a terrible vortex in the myriad worlds and destroyed tens of thousands of worlds. Like the Creation Alliance, their destructive power is extremely strong. They are also known as the vermin of the 9 prefectures. Hearing this, Lin Ling nodded and looked at Martial Uncle He. I don't know the specifics of the operation. Master just asked everyone to gather. Martial Uncle He said immediately. Martial Uncle He, do you know if the other 9 prefectures' 10 evils will appear? For example, the Immortal Temple. Lin Ling asked urgently. I don't know about this. Perhaps we will only know after the operation begins. Martial Uncle He shook his head. The operation this time was very big. All the famous forces in the 9 prefectures were mobilized. The same was true for the major sects in the Yen province. It was said that the Wangu clan and the Flaming Emperor were also mobilized. This also let him know that this operation was a big one that would shock the entire 9 prefectures. Of course, as an outer elder of the Great Change Nebula sect, the success or failure of such a big operation had nothing to do with him. He was only interested in participating. Okay, then let's participate. Lin Ling, Sakura, and the rest looked at each other and nodded. Although the participation this time was a little dangerous and it was inevitable that they would encounter people from the Heavenly Court, fortunately, there were many people participating. The Heavenly Court might not be able to detect them. Most importantly, Lin Ling did not want to miss any news about the Immortal Temple. Then let's go to Yuan Villa to gather. Master and the others have already gathered on the other side. But following Martial Uncle He, Lin Ling and the others left. When they arrived at the Great Change Nebula sect, they found that a large number of people had gathered there. They were led by seniors in the Sage Realm, and the others were young people in the Sage-to-be Sage Realm. When Lin Ling and the others appeared, many people looked at them. This was because after the competition, Lin Ling and the other two went into seclusion again. They did not show any pride or complacency. This kind of behavior was extremely puzzling. Are they also qualified to participate? At this moment, an arrogant voice quietly floated out. The person who spoke was Zui Yunfei. At this moment, he was looking at Lin Ling and the other two with disdain. There was a trace of anger in the depths of his eyes. People immediately sensed the smell of gunpowder. However, today's order was issued by the sect. Zui Yunfei treated himself as an elder and openly questioned Lin Ling and the other two. This would probably cause dissatisfaction among the sect's elders. They immediately looked around. Unfortunately, although the seniors here were strong, they did not have much authority. Even Martial Uncle, he did not seem to have the right to speak. After all, Zui Yunfei had met their master. In the future, it was hard to predict. It was possible that he would be a closed-door disciple. However, Martial Uncle he still said, Zui Yun's sect, this is the Great Change Nebula sect's decision. You can't make the decision. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because our master and the other elders are one step ahead. I can't do whatever I want, but at least I have more authority than you. Sure enough, Zui Yunfei was not afraid of Martial Uncle he at all. Zui Yunfei, why are they not qualified to participate? They are the top 10 in the Sage-to-be realm. What right do you have to talk about them? At this moment, a crisp voice was heard. It was a soft voice. Apparently, she knew that Zui Yunfei was targeting Lin Ling and the other two because of her. These three guys don't even dare to challenge me. They have no courage. Such people are just dazzling for a while. Sooner or later, they will be surpassed by the other junior brothers. If they participate in the action, they will only embarrass the Great Change Nebula sect. However, who knew that Zui Yunfei would immediately shout angrily after Iyuru spoke? Chapter 3248. Yuan Villa. That's just your words. Iyuru was angered by Zui Yunfei's words and said coldly, Iyuru, I'm about to reach the Sage Realm. I know you haven't accepted me yet, but I can tell you that you and I both have the aura of the Dragon Clan. We will definitely be together in the future. Now, I won't rush you, but I'll tell you in advance that although you're a true disciple of Miao Xin, this is the Yan province. The Flame Emperor has the final say. No one can pursue you except me, unless you plan to be alone for the rest of your life. Noticing Iyuru's attitude, Zui Yunfei no longer paid attention to Lin Ling and the other two. Instead, he said domineeringly and turned to leave. He actually spoke to Iyuru with a tough attitude in front of everyone. This showed that he was really angered by Iyuru and intended to use a tough attitude to get Iyuru. This guy. Zilong and the others couldn't stand it, but when they thought of Zui Yunfei's strength, they finally fell silent. Dream on. Hearing Zui Yunfei's domineering words, Iyuru snorted coldly and walked towards Lin Ling. Idiot. Lin Ling looked at Zui Yunfei's back and laughed sarcastically. He could also see that Zui Yunfei liked Iyuru, but to use such means to pursue a girl? It had to be said that Zui Yunfei's head was kicked by a donkey. He was a trash who only knew how to cultivate and didn't know how to be romantic. Let's go, don't pay attention to that clown. Sakura said. His words shocked everyone. They didn't expect Lin Ling and the other two to be so bold. They didn't care about Zui Yunfei's threat at all. After Lin Ling and the other two left, many people pointed at Lin Ling and the other two. They were all saying that Lin Ling and the other two were overestimating themselves. They didn't know that Lin Ling and the other two were lying low here. The small Grand Change Nebula sect couldn't stop them at all. He followed Martial Uncle He and walked on the ancient continent. He raised his head and looked at the sky. The warriors in the sky were like locusts flying past. They were all half-step saints. They must be the experts from the major forces of the Yan province. It had to be said that this scene was extremely spectacular. Looking from the ground, it was as if there were countless fishes swimming in the sky. From time to time, excited voices could be heard. Clearly, those powerhouses were extremely proud to be able to participate in this operation. This could be considered a huge operation that shocked the entire Yan province. Yo, little guy, walking? Are you frightened by our grace? Of course, there were also some arrogant and complacent people. When they saw Lin Ling and the others walking, they suddenly felt a sense of superiority. Hee hee. Seeing this, Indra smiled. His powerful strength exploded as he punched towards the sky. In the days after the competition, he had also worked hard on his cultivation. Now that he had reached the 9th level of the half-saint realm, the power of that punch was not small. Those arrogant fellows in the sky were immediately intimidated. Haha. Seeing this, Sakura laughed out loud. As for those fellows who fell from the sky, their faces darkened. They had never expected that the few people they had randomly met would be so powerful. However, they were so powerful, but they did not fly arrogantly. Instead, they walked. Such a style of doing things was too unpredictable. Then, they looked at the powerhouses who were flying in the sky one after another and could only leave with their tails between their legs. Not long after, they arrived at a Yuan villa. Lin Ling and the others realized that the villa was bustling beyond their imagination. Not only were there people from the Great Change Nebula sect, but there were also people from the nearby forces. It was as if the younger generation of these forces had gathered here to participate in the mission. Moreover, through the whispers of the crowd, Lin Ling and the others finally found out that the gathering at Yuan Villa today was because the #1 beauty of Yuheng City was coming. Perhaps, this was the reason why everyone was gathered here. Lin Ling, you're finally here. As the crowd entered the villa one after another, a voice came from afar. It was Xianxia. At this moment, Martial Uncle he had already left. It seemed that the elders had another place to gather. Yuan Villa was a gathering place for the younger generation. Therefore, Lin Ling and the others also walked towards Xianxia. It's so lively. I heard that for this mission, many powerhouses who had been living in seclusion have surfaced. There must be a lot of young people in the half-saint realm. Xianxia looked at Lin Ling and the others and laughed. Isn't Zilong the number one half-saint realm in the Yen state? So, no matter how many half-saint realm youths there are, it seems useless. Sakura suddenly became curious. TSK, he just gave himself that title. It's undeniable that not long ago he was indeed the number one in the half-saint realm. But in the end, didn't Zui Yunfei surpass him? Therefore, in the land of the 9 prefectures, the number one position can change at any time. This is because the people we are facing are not just the young geniuses of the divine land, but people from all over the world. Speaking of Zilong, Xianxia suddenly smiled disdainfully. Lin Ling nodded. How vast was the land of the 9 prefectures? The strength of the powerhouses could change at any time. Today, you may be the number one, but in the future, others will surpass you and become the number one. Without mentioning others, Zui Yunfei was an example. Didn't he also defeat Zilong? I heard that this time, the number one beauty of Yuheng City will also come to the Yiyuan Manor. I didn't expect that our luck is so good to be able to see such a beauty. Xianxia said again. Lin Ling asked curiously, isn't the Yiyuan Manor the gathering place for the half-saint realm youths? It's not strange that she can come here. Of course not. The Yiyuan Manor is only one of the places. There are several other gathering places for young geniuses in other places. Therefore, it's extremely rare for that beauty to come to the Yiyuan Manor. Are there other gathering places like the Yiyuan Manor in other places? This time, the operation is actually so big? That's right. All the famous forces in the land of the 9 prefectures are here. The Flying Dragon Organization, Fu Hang Manor, Divine Weapon Mansion, Heavenly Court, Wangu Clan, Miao Shen's True Disciples, Duan Clan, Wangu Clan, and so on. Moreover, I heard that someone from the Wangu Clan is coming to the Yiyuan Manor. It's a guy called Wangu Wuji. I heard that he's very strong. Now that you mention it, it's getting more and more interesting. Hearing that, Lin Ling and the others' eyes lit up. They talked as they walked, and gradually, they entered the manor. The manor was very quiet, and there was a huge lake in the middle. The water of the lake was azure, and it looked like a mirror. Lin Ling saw that the lake was extremely extraordinary. It was filled with rootless water, and it was the purest water in the world. When he was cultivating in the rainforest, he had also cultivated with the help of the rootless water. At that time, even a drop of rootless water was a precious treasure. However, there was so much of it here. While waiting quietly, Lin Ling heard that there were a few people who were most famous in the gathering of the Yiyuan Manor. The first was Wangu Wuji from the Wangu clan. The second was Yuheng City's number one beauty. The third was Zui Yunfei. The fourth was Shinmuzi. Chapter 3249. The number one beauty in Yuheng City. Tithi, if the people here were placed in the Qing province, the rainforest sacred land, or even the myriad worlds, each and every one of them would be a godlike existence. However, in the Yiyuan Manor, they are only ordinary existences. Di Shirtian sighed. Humans are like this. When they see an existence that surpasses them, they will bury their sense of superiority deep in their hearts. Lin Ling nodded his head. At the same time, a large number of people entered the manor. The person in the lead was a skinny youth. He wasn't tall, and he was about 1.6 meters tall. However, his aura was extraordinary. The manor instantly fell silent. Wangu Wuji had arrived. The Wangu clan was the number one clan in the Flame region. Behind them were the 10 martial gods of the 9 prefectures. Everyone in the clan was said to be the descendants of gods. In the Flame region, no one dared to underestimate them. It was the same even in the Miao prefecture. Is he Wangu Wuji? He is at the peak of the half-step sage realm, but he gives off an unfathomable feeling. After a moment of silence, everyone started whispering to each other. Lin Ling and the others narrowed their eyes. Isn't that the youth who killed the bone-shattering devil elephant with us in the Western Mountains? So his name is Wangu Wuji. Di Shirtian also stared at the skinny youth in shock. As for the skinny youth, he sat down beside the lake. His gaze was cold, and it was as though he was looking down on the world. Everyone who met his gaze quietly lowered their heads. Only a few people did not do so. For example, Zi Long and Yi Lingtian. Of course, Zui Yunfei was no exception. Zui Yunfei's lips curled up into a smile as he thought to himself, I am one of the Flame Emperor's men. Wangu Wuji is from the Wangu clan. Wangu Wuji naturally saw the brazen smile on Huang Xiaolong's face. Everyone immediately became expectant. Could it be that the four most famous youths were going to clash and produce intense sparks? However, Wangu Wuji was still expressionless as he ignored Zui Yunfei. Zui Yunfei was so angry that his teeth hurt. Was he not allowed to enter Wangu Wuji's eyes? On the other hand, Wangu Wuji's gaze landed on a corner of the lake as he stared at the three youths. For the first time, a smile appeared on his face. At this moment, many people's eyes flickered, and they also cast their gazes over. Only then did he realize that the three people Wangu Wuji was targeting weren't even at the peak of the half-true Saint Realm. Even Zui Yunfei, Zi Long, and Yi Lingtian's expressions changed when they realized that Wangu Wuji was staring at Lin Ling and the other two from the Western Mountain. What is going on? Maybe Wangu Wuji is mocking Lin Ling and the others for being weak. Zui Yunfei really couldn't think of a reason, so he could only comfort himself. That should be. Zi Long nodded his head. Wuji only Yi Lingtian was frowning. He felt that things were not that simple. Wuji's Wuji nation is sage continent. Wuji was sage. Wuji was Wuji Wu. The main reason was that he was an expert at the Saint Realm in the past. Unfortunately, his cultivation had declined greatly because he failed in his cultivation. Many people even believed that he would definitely become a cripple. However, he'd made a comeback and forcefully attained the peak of the half-saint realm. One had to admit that this was a ferocious man. Because if one failed in their cultivation at the Saint Realm, then it would be difficult for them to rise again. This was also one of the reasons why he could become one of the four strongest people. After he sat down, a large number of figures arrived from the sky. Upon closer inspection, a rainbow hung in the air, extremely gorgeous. More than 10 beautiful figures slowly floated over with bare feet. These women were all extremely beautiful, not one bit inferior to Yu Rou. Their every movement was like heavenly music floating in the air. Most importantly, there were dozens of such beautiful women. The side of the ancient lake immediately went into an uproar. The eyes of the youths widened. They were people who had traveled through tens of thousands of worlds and had seen countless beauties. However, none of the beauties they had seen in their lives could compare to this. Isn't it said that Miaozhou has the most beauties in the 9 provinces? Are they from Miaozhou? Many youths were somewhat excited. They even flung their hair in an attempt to attract the attention of these beauties. There were even youths who cultivated the Tao of lust. They couldn't bear it anymore. They hid in the small bushes beside the ancient lake and secretly did some wretched things. They are all very strong. Most importantly, they cultivate the same attribute and cultivation realm. If they form a human formation, the power of the spirit formation will definitely be extraordinary. Lin Ling said with admiration in his heart. Second brother, can't you stop talking about martial arts for a day? Can't you appreciate their beauty? Beside him, Sakura said helplessly. Because everyone was admiring the beauties, but Lin Ling thought of the spirit formation. It really made people speechless. The beauties floated down to the ground. Their delicate little feet stepped on the grass on the ground. It made people feel a heartache. They were afraid that the grass would cut the little feet of the beauties. However, those young beauties didn't care about the gazes of the crowd. Instead, they looked at the sky. Almost at the same time, an exquisite and delicate body stepped on the rainbow and walked down step by step. Only then did people notice that there was another beauty. The most frightening thing was that this beauty was actually prettier than all the women before her. She had a peerlessly beautiful face that was unforgettable with a single glance. Moreover, she had a delicate body that was even slightly fat and slightly thin. Her every movement carried a chaotic charm that made people feel that she was no longer a woman of the mortal world, but simply a goddess. She's the #1 beauty of Alioth? I heard that this is a disciple that the Alioth school recruited not long ago. But this disciple's skill surpassed all the other beauties, and in the end, she seized the title of the #1 beauty of Alioth. It should be her. One must know that if one wants to become the #1 beauty of Alioth school, not only does it depend on appearance, it also depends on strength. Actually, it wasn't hard for people to guess the origin of that beauty. Even Lin Ling was staring at the woman that caused the sun and moon to lose their light. His brows slightly creased. Lin Ling, what's wrong? Meng Lu noticed Lin Ling's expression and couldn't help but ask curiously. She gives me a very familiar feeling. I've definitely seen her before. Lin Ling's expression became more and more solemn. He clearly sensed a familiar aura from that beauty. Although that beauty hid it very well, she still couldn't avoid Lin Ling's perception. No, it's a dragon. Finally, Lin Ling's eyes lit up. Moreover, he looked at Iyuru because the latter also had the aura of the dragon clan. However, Iyuru didn't seem to have any reaction. She hid it very well. However, this woman is someone I've seen before. Moreover, she has the aura of the dragon clan. Who exactly is such a person? Lin Ling secretly pondered. Finally, his pupils fiercely trembled. Among the people he knew, the most famous woman who had the aura of the dragon clan was none other than that woman. I didn't expect that she would also come. Moreover, she hid her identity. What exactly does she want to do? Moreover, she was clearly crippled by me, but all these years, her strength didn't decrease. Instead, it increased repeatedly. She's really amazing. Chapter 3250. Why did she come? Could it be that there was something that attracted that lady's attention? Why did she come? Lin Ling had a feeling that the battle with the Great Devil sect wasn't as simple as it seemed. While Lin Ling was deep in thought, the ancient lake was bustling with noise and excitement. As the elites in the Sage Realm, there was no lack of fights. Everyone wanted to see who was the strongest among the sage to be experts in the 9 prefectures. Tsk, these fellows are really powerful. Sakura said to Lin Ling at the same time as he stared at the ancient lake with blazing eyes. But soon after, he realized that Lin Ling seemed to be in a daze. He couldn't help but push Lin Ling. Second brother, second brother. After calling out a few times, Lin Ling came back to his senses. Why are you in a daze? These sage-to-be experts are sparring. Sakura said as he looked at Lin Ling strangely. Lin Ling shook his head and looked at the ancient lake. The battle on the ancient lake was beyond Lin Ling's expectations. The battle was extremely intense and many sage-to-be experts from the Yen prefecture fought one after another. Some won and some lost. However, there was no doubt that Xianxia was the center of attention. This person was once at the Sage Realm, and no one was a match for him. In the end, after an intense battle, everyone looked at 3 people. They were Yuheng's #1 beauty, Zui Yunfei, and Wangu Wuji. Perhaps only the 3 of them could compete with Xianxia. Xianxia wasn't interested in ordinary sage-to-be experts. He smiled and suddenly looked at Zui Yunfei. I heard that Zui Yunfei is one of the Flame Emperor's men and is extremely powerful. I wonder if Zui Yunfei is interested in a fight? Everyone looked at Zui Yunfei as soon as these words were spoken. Many people were looking forward to it. Hee, you are still no match for me. Hee. Who knew that Zui Yunfei's arrogance was so strong that she looked down on Xianxia. However, Xianxia didn't care. He smiled faintly and said, I have seen too many people like you since I recultivated. There is no point in talking. Let's fight. It had to be said that after Zui Yunfei recultivated, his temperament was indeed steady. If you don't lose within 10 moves, it's my loss. Zui Yunfei walked towards the ancient lake. With each step he took, the entire ancient lake exploded, and water soared into the sky. At the same time, he also erupted with a powerful innate talent. Most importantly, his physical strength was actually extremely terrifying, with flames gushing out. At this moment, Xianxia's expression changed violently. Zui Yunfei's natural talent was extremely formidable, and he even possessed a cultivation realm. Coupled with his physical strength that couldn't be underestimated, all of these factors had caused Zui Yunfei's strength to surpass all the half-saint realm experts. 10 moves. However, Xianxia also made his move. A terrifying power erupted, reaching as much as 70%. Rumble. The two of them collided on the surface of the ancient lake, and the battle became more and more intense. Even an early-stage Saint Realm expert would not be able to stop their attacks. However, Zui Yunfei was indeed powerful. Each of his attacks was more ferocious than the last. Furthermore, he was counting down with each attack. 1, 2, 3. His attacks were like quicksilver spilling onto the ground, unstoppable. I admit defeat. At the 8th move, Xianxia finally spoke, and he stepped away from the ancient lake. Such a straightforward admission of defeat naturally caused everyone to gasp. Xianxia had admitted defeat in less than 10 moves. Moreover, although they could see that Zui Yunfei was very powerful, he had only just gained the upper hand. Xianxia had not lost at all. Our natural talent, Cultivation Realm, and Cultivation Realm are comparable. However, he has the additional strength of his physical body, and he has the power of 600 realms. If we were to fight, I would lose sooner or later. Xianxia seemed to know that everyone was confused, and he smiled faintly. Of course, there was another hidden meaning in his words. That was, Zui Yunfei could not defeat him within 10 moves. However, he had a calm temperament and was too lazy to fight for face. After all, it was an unchangeable fact that he was inferior to Zui Yunfei. At this moment, Zui Yunfei was floating on the ancient lake, and he was undoubtedly in high spirits. Zilong and Yiling Tian had ugly expressions on their faces. During this period of time, Zui Yunfei's strength had increased again. He must have obtained some benefits from martial ancestor Tai. However, Zui Yunfei did not leave. Instead, he looked at a skinny youth. Although he did not speak, his gaze said everything. Wangu Wuji. Everyone turned to look at the skinny youth. Without a doubt, the only person who was qualified to spar with Zui Yunfei was that person from the Wangu clan. However, the skinny youth closed his eyes, as though he did not care about anything. What? Do you want me to invite you personally? Zui Yunfei's face turned ugly when he saw the skinny youth's attitude. The skinny youth's attitude made him very unhappy. Reporting to the Wangu clan, I usually do not fight. If I do, I will not fight. Finally, Wangu Wuji opened his mouth. Although his eyes were still closed, his words were filled with dominance. I usually do not fight. If I do, I will not fight. Although these words were extremely arrogant, it was normal for it to appear in the bloodline of the Wangu clan. Sure. If you can defeat me, there is another person who will spar with you. Zui Yunfei's voice was low. However, in order to test himself, he had to endure it. The other person he was referring to was the #1 beauty in Yuheng City. When Wangu Wuji heard those words, he finally opened his eyes. His pupils were purple, and he didn't seem to move at all. Instead, his body floated out. It's time to fight. Without a doubt, Wangu Wuji's appearance caused the atmosphere in the Yuan manor to reach a boiling point. Zui Yunfei was the same. He had heard of the Wangu clan a long time ago, and today he could finally experience it for himself. You only need one move. Before Zui Yunfei could say anything, Wangu Wuji spoke first. His words caused Zui Yunfei's eyes to tremble. He had to admit that Wangu Wuji was strong. However, he wanted to defeat him with one move? Wasn't he looking down on him too much? I hope you can do as you say. Flames appeared on the surface of Zui Yunfei's body, and the roar of a dragon could be heard. His body tensed up, and he pushed his combat strength to the limit. He did not dare to underestimate Wangu Wuji, but he knew that it was impossible for the latter to defeat him easily. Boom! He took a step forward, and the space around him exploded. He made the first move. Wangu Wuji placed his hands behind his back, and his skinny body seemed to have grown taller. It was as though he was looking down on the world. Most importantly, he did not make a single move against Zui Yunfei's attack. Chapter 3251. Since when did he become the big brother? The two figures drew closer and closer to each other. Right at that moment, Wangu Wuji finally made his move. The surroundings around him turned blood red, and silence filled the air. He didn't seem to move at all, but a claw that shined with a cold light swept towards the sky with an unstoppable force. The might of this claw could be said to be terrifying. It actually swept away Zui Yunfei's full-strength punch and even left 3 clear claw marks on his body. I don't like exchanging pointers because I have to conserve my strength. Exchanging pointers is the most boring thing in the world. At the same time, Wangu Wuji's voice resounded through the air. Zui Yunfei stood firmly in the air, and his robes were torn apart. The 3 clear claw marks on his body were exposed to everyone's eyes. One move. It was indeed one move. Moreover, everyone could sense that Wangu Wuji was holding back. After all, this was a spar. If Wangu Wuji had used his full strength, Zui Yunfei would have been dead by now. Ultimate desolate body? Zui Yunfei exclaimed in shock. He nodded his head solemnly and said, "I've lost. I admit defeat." The ultimate desolate body was an extremely rare existence. At the very least, it didn't exist in the mortal world. It only appeared in legends. No wonder you couldn't even take a single move from me. Since you only saw my talent, you are truly trash. Who would have expected that Wangu Wuji would laugh disdainfully after Zui Yunfei said those words? Zui Yunfei's eyes widened, and he wanted to retort. However, he didn't know what to say. Who asked him to lose? He gritted his teeth in anger and walked back to the ancient lake. The people from the Grand Change Nebula sect didn't mock Zui Yunfei. After all, it was normal for Zui Yunfei to lose against Wangu Wuji. Wangu Wuji said that he wouldn't fight a single battle. That means that he is going to fight the number 1 beauty of Yuheng City. Someone suddenly exclaimed. Many people turned to look at the number 1 beauty of Yuheng City. However, the beauty merely smiled. She didn't show any signs of wanting to fight. Instead, she looked at the crowd and said, "Compared to me, it would be more interesting to have someone fight. I really don't have the qualifications to fight him." The moment these words were spoken, the entire ancient lake was in an uproar. Yuheng's number 1 beauty was one of the 4 strongest half-saints in the Yuan villa. She actually said that there was someone more powerful than her. This also caused people to look around and search for him. "This beauty, you must be joking." But in the end, no one could find someone more powerful than the number 1 beauty in Yuheng City, so someone said with a smile. He obviously thought that this beauty didn't want to fight, so she was looking for some excuse. "Big Brother Lin, how long are you going to hide?" However, the beauty did not care about what everyone was saying. Instead, she smiled at Gu Hu and spoke softly. "Brother Lin?" Everyone was even more confused. Who is Big Brother Lin? That beauty called him so intimately. Could it be that she has an affair with Big Brother Lin? What an infuriating Brother Lin. On the side of the Great Change Nebula sect, many people began to speak one after another. Interesting. This is getting more and more interesting. Who is this Big Brother Lin? Zilong, Yiling Tian, and the others were also curious. They weren't as envious of Big Brother Lin as they knew that this beauty wasn't someone they could lay their hands on. If she calls him Big Brother Lin, he must be extraordinary. Zui Yunfei also spoke up. He was filled with anticipation. "That's right. I also think that this woman isn't a match for me. There is only one person here who is a match for me. Therefore, I hope that he will spar with me." At that moment, Wangu Wuji spoke up. He didn't care about the Big Brother Lin that the beauty was talking about. In his opinion, this so-called Big Brother Lin was just an ant. On the contrary, he was looking forward to seeing someone fight. After all, that person had snatched his broken bone demonic elephant and saved his life. "Come out, Brother Lin," Wangu Wuji said coldly. Brother Lin? Previously, there was Big Brother Lin. Now, there is another Brother Lin? Moreover, Brother Lin is highly regarded by Wangu Wuji. Before everyone could recover from their shock, another commotion broke out. "Brother Lin? If Wangu Wuji is willing to take the initiative to speak up, this person is definitely not simple. Even Zui Yunfei's heart skipped a beat as he stared at Wangu Wuji. When he realized that Wangu Wuji wasn't joking, he revealed a solemn expression. Wangu Wuji's expression was completely different from before. Therefore, Zui Yunfei knew that Wangu Wuji was serious. Big Brother Lin, do you think that the two of them are the same person? Zi Long, who was standing at the side, was shocked as well. I don't think that's possible. After all, there aren't many half-step true saints in the 9 prefectures who are comparable to Wangu Wuji. How can such people appear in the Yuan manor at the same time? Yi Lingtian shook his head. Both of their gazes began to search around. Beside the ancient lake, Sakura and Meng Lu smiled faintly as they looked at Lin Ling. They naturally knew who Lin Ling was. What a slut! Lin Ling stared coldly at the number 1 beauty in Yuheng City. He knew that the other party had intentionally invited him to appear. Since both of them had invited him, there was no way he could avoid it. Brother Lin, come out. Wangu Wuji opened his mouth once more. As you wish. Lin Ling finally nodded his head. Although his voice was calm, it was like a bolt from the blue when it landed on the ancient lake. Lin Ling? Oh my God. He's not talking to you. Don't get it wrong. If you offend these experts, you'll be in big trouble. Zi Long and the others couldn't help but speak up. They felt as though they had been cursed. Lin Ling, what does it have to do with you? Zui Yunfei shouted angrily. Lin Ling is Big Brother Lin? Brother Lin? Isn't Lin Ling someone that even I don't dare to face? It's not that easy to be a big brother. It seems like someone doesn't want me to fight. In that case, I'm too lazy to fight. All right. When Lin Ling heard that, he looked at Zui Yunfei mockingly and walked back. Zui Yunfei heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that. It seemed like he had mistaken Lin Ling for someone else. Big Brother Lin, since you're already here, why are you going back? Brother Lin, since you're already here, why are you going back? Brother Lin. Just as he felt as though a boulder had been lifted off his chest, 2 voices rang out from afar. Zui Yunfei's eyes widened in shock. Big Brother Lin? Brother Lin? Both of them are Lin Ling? Zui Yunfei, if you continue to spout nonsense, I'll kill you on the spot. Wangu Wuji's cold voice rang out. He didn't give Zui Yunfei any face. Zui Yunfei's face turned pale when he heard that. The Great Simplicity Nebula Gate exploded. Chapter 3252. It was a draw. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling walked out. His calm demeanor made it seem as though he had appeared out of nowhere. Who is that person? Countless question marks appeared in everyone's minds. As for the number 1 beauty of Yuheng City, she revealed a smile that could topple countries. Big Brother Lin, you can do it. Don't worry, I won't lose. Lin Ling smiled as he looked at the beauty. However, there was a trace of coldness in the depths of his eyes. Even until now, he still had no idea what the woman was up to. However, he knew that things would cross when he got there. As long as he continued walking, he would find out. Lin Ling turned to look at Wangu Wuji. Wangu Wuji smiled at Lin Ling for the first time. How about we decide this in a single move? Wangu Wuji spoke first. This was exactly what Lin Ling was thinking. He did not want to reveal all his trump cards in front of so many people. I feel that you will lose if we decide this in a single move. I really like your forceful tone. The two of them looked at each other with smiles on their faces. However, their voices were extremely cold. From afar, it looked as though 2 gods were staring at each other. It was also as though 2 wolf kings were facing off in the wilderness. The stifling atmosphere made it hard for many people to breathe. They knew that this was the true battle between sages. Zui Yunfei, Zi Long, and Yi Lingtian's expressions were extremely ugly. Lin Ling, who was ranked 4th, actually had such a domineering aura. How could they, who were ranked in the top 3, endure this? A storm seemed to be about to arrive at any moment. Their clothes flapped loudly in the wind. Finally, Wangu Wuji made his move. He used an ordinary speed to shoot towards Lin Ling. However, it was like the calm before the storm. The moment he exploded, there would be no stopping him. Lin Ling's expression turned extremely solemn. He could feel a powerful energy enveloping his entire body. Wangu Wuji was at the peak of the half-true saint realm. He possessed the ultimate desolate body, and his cultivation realm had reached an unimaginable realm. It could be said that this half-true saint realm youth had no blind spots. This was also the first time Lin Ling had encountered a flawless expert after fighting so many sage realm experts. He's probably hiding his trump card. Obviously, he doesn't want to expose it in front of everyone. I'm the same. Then, let's fight with our full strength. He has the ultimate desolate physique while I have 3 7th-grade desolate physiques. He is at the peak of the sage-to-be realm while I have the 4 dantians. He has the power of rank while I have the rank of demonic sword. His physical strength has probably reached the power of 800 worlds, which was also his strongest advantage in defeating Zui Yunfei. However, I have the power of 1,000 worlds. Lin Ling quickly analyzed the situation. He extended his right fist out from his shoulder and pounced forward. His fist also seemed calm, but if one looked carefully, they would discover that the space around his fist was completely distorted. The corners of Wangu Wuji's lips curled upwards when he saw this. Battle intent surged through his body. Last time, when he saw the bone-shattering demonic elephant, he knew that this young man was extremely extraordinary. He had always wanted to spar with him, and today he finally met him. His blood began to boil. There was no point in bullying an ordinary sage-to-be realm expert. If he wanted to fight, he would fight someone at the peak of the sage-to-be realm. Good timing! Wangu Wuji roared, causing everyone's eardrums to hurt. 2 figures approached each other from afar and collided with each other like 2 meteorites. At this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on the 2 figures. At this moment, the eyes of the number 1 beauty in Alioth City flashed with a strange light. Boom! An unprecedented explosion rang through the air. Under countless gazes, the 2 figures collided in the sky above the ancient lake. One of them threw out a punch while the other threw out a claw. The space around the 2 of them started to churn like waves. It was extremely terrifying. The water of the ancient lake was completely evaporated. He's so strong. Zui Yunfei and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling wasn't defeated by Wangu Wuji's attack? Boom, 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 boom. Formless shockwaves rippled through the air as they collided. If they were in the myriad worlds, the shockwaves alone would be enough to destroy the entire world. In the end, a blinding light appeared, and the 2 figures were sent flying. They smashed into 2 sides of the Yiyuan Manor, causing the entire manor to explode. The shockwaves didn't stop there, and they destroyed countless mountains in the distance. Boulders rained down from the sky. How terrifying! Everyone's hearts trembled in fear. It turned out that the 2 of them were the strongest sage-to-be realm experts in the Yiyuan Manor. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. After a short while, a figure flew over from afar. He smiled faintly as he said, "It seems like you won't be able to return. You've lost." That person was Wangu Wuji. However, his robes were tattered, and blood was dripping from the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that he had suffered some injuries. Is that so? As soon as the words left his mouth, another figure flew over with the speed of 100 worlds. His robes were also tattered, and blood was dripping from the corner of his mouth. However, there was a proud smile on his face. It was Lin Ling who had returned. Wangu Wuji's eyes widened when he saw Lin Ling's appearance. He knew that Lin Ling had definitely hidden some trump cards up his sleeves. The outcome of the battle between the 2 of them was, in fact, determined by whose final trump card was stronger. Otherwise, both of them wouldn't be able to defeat each other if they used their full strength. It seems like we won't be able to determine the victor without at least 100 years. Wangu Wuji couldn't help but laugh as he looked at Lin Ling. His gaze was filled with admiration. In my opinion, we won't be able to determine the victor without at least 300 years. It was the same for Lin Ling as well. Haha. When Wangu Wuji heard Lin Ling's words, he couldn't help but roar with laughter. As a member of the Wangu clan, he had looked down on the overlords of the 9 prefectures ever since he was young. No one had ever managed to catch his attention. However, there was someone who had managed to do so today. That person was someone who didn't have any reputation. However, Wangu Wuji believed that someone like that wouldn't be ordinary in the 9 prefectures. When the crowd heard Wangu Wuji admit that Lin Ling was a genius, an uproar broke out. Did that mean that the young man's strength wasn't any weaker than Wangu Wuji's? He doesn't even seem to be at the peak of the half-true saint realm. After a moment of shock, someone let out a heavy sigh. Even though he was only at the 8th stage of the half-true saint realm, he was already able to fight Wangu Wuji to a draw. What would happen if he was at the peak of the half-true saint realm? The outcome would be unimaginable. It was no wonder Wangu Wuji had placed so much importance on him. It turned out that he had the qualifications. The difference between Zui Yunfei and the young man was like the difference between the clouds and mud. As for the people from the Great Change Nebula sect, they were dumbfounded. They suddenly remembered their courage. In the past, they had thought that Lin Ling was a coward who didn't have any courage when Lin Ling gave up on the battle. Now, they knew that it wasn't because he didn't have any courage. Many people subconsciously turned to look at Zui Yunfei. Zui Yunfei's face was extremely ugly, and he wished that he could dig a hole and hide in it. As expected of Brother Lin. Chapter 3253. The operation began. Lin Ling naturally rejected this action. However, just as he was about to move, the woman's voice sounded in his heart. Son of the devil, Lin Ling, if I announce your name, I wonder what kind of turmoil will occur in the Yen state. This sentence undoubtedly stopped Lin Ling from acting rashly. The beautiful woman seemed to be wiping the sweat off her husband who had just returned from battle. Her caring actions and gentle eyes undoubtedly broke the hearts of the people around her. Plop. Even more people knelt on the ground powerlessly. They could only glare at Lin Ling with hatred. However, when they thought of Lin Ling's terrifying strength, they felt helpless. Thank you. Lin Ling suddenly smiled evilly. Under everyone's gaze, he hugged the beautiful woman in his arms. Although he didn't know what the other party was scheming, Lin Ling wasn't someone to be trifled with if the other party dared to force him. Being forcefully hugged by Lin Ling, the beautiful woman's delicate body subconsciously tensed up. Her charming face flushed red, but she had to continue acting. She could only reveal a bashful look. Long Yang, do you still remember when you poisoned me? I was the first man to taste you. The aftertaste is endless. Lin Ling whispered into the beautiful woman's ear. That's right, this beautiful woman was Long Yang, who had repeatedly tried to kill Lin Ling. When Lin Ling spoke, Long Yang's eyes immediately flashed with murderous intent. She recalled the scene from that day. However, that scene made her entire body feel weak. At that time, Lin Ling was indeed very fierce. However, who could she blame? Because she was the one who poisoned Lin Ling. The two of them seemed to be secretly opposing each other, but in the eyes of the crowd, this was a public display of affection. However, when the crowd was extremely jealous, an ancient voice suddenly came from the sky. All right, the operation begins. Everyone, head south. Those who have reported their names, head north. Then, names sounded in the sky. Those whose names were reported all headed north. Obviously, those whose names were reported were the strongest existences in the half-saint stage. Among them were Lin Ling, Di Shitian, and the others. As for Long Yang, she also headed north. Moreover, she seemed to be in a hurry, so everyone immediately set off. Lin Ling and the others were still somewhat confused about this big operation that alarmed the 9 states. However, they could only move forward according to the order. Long Yang had been following not far from Lin. Although she had a seemingly gentle smile, in reality, she concealed an unknown murderous intent. Big brother, you guys go first. Little you follow big brother. I'll be right there. Sensing the faint murderous intent behind him, Lin Ling pondered for a moment before he spoke indifferently. Okay. Big brother, be careful. Di Shitian and the others also knew that Lin Ling seemed to have something important to do. Lin Ling stopped and flew to the other side. A moment later, someone in the crowd also did the same and flew in the direction Lin Ling left. She was Long Yang. Obviously, she also knew that Lin Ling seemed to have something to say to her. In a dense bamboo forest, Lin Ling stood there quietly with his hands behind his back. His entire person was like a stone statue. A moment later, as if talking to himself, he said, "What attracted you to this big operation? What made you disguise yourself and join another sect?" In the past, Long Yang was also like today. She hid in a sect in the spirit state, making it difficult for people to guess her actions. After the voice floated out, a beautiful figure walked over from the bamboo forest. She smiled and said, "If I announce the name of the son of devil, I wonder what will happen to the Yen state." The person who came was Long Yang. "Go ahead and try." Lin Ling finally turned around and looked calmly at Long Yang. However, although he was calm, there was a storm-like madness in his eyes. This made Long Yang's heart tremble subconsciously. She really valued Lin Ling. This was a person that the God-Slayer Alliance relied on. Without this young man, the God-Slayer Alliance would not have been able to destroy the gods. If this person went crazy, the price would definitely be unimaginable. "Okay, I won't announce your identity this time. However, I will need your help in this big operation." Long Yang pondered for a moment and said coldly. Hearing this, Lin Ling smiled and did not say anything. He just looked calmly at Long Yang. His gaze undoubtedly made Long Yang's heart continue to pound. She had a feeling that at this moment, she was like a deer making a deal with a dragon. "Although you've hidden your strength, my intuition tells me that it's impossible for me to kill you. However, you're not a fool. If I attack, I can guarantee that it won't take long for my identity to be exposed. Therefore, I won't kill you for now." After Lin Ling smiled, he finally said slowly, "However, you've hidden your identity in the Yuheng sect. This means that you're also avoiding someone. If I announce your identity, I'm afraid that even if you don't die, you'll still lose a layer of skin." "You bastard!" Lin Ling's words were like peeling off Long Yang's outer clothes, causing her to fly into a rage out of humiliation. It was obvious that she was indeed avoiding someone. Moreover, this person's background was definitely not small. Therefore, she used the son of the demon to threaten Lin Ling. In reality, Lin Ling was also threatening her. Therefore, we can't say who's helping who. We can only say that we each have our own needs. Therefore, I hope that you can tell me about this big operation. Seeing Long Yang's expression, Lin Ling also revealed a confident smile. "You'll know. For now, I don't want to say any more." Long Yang gritted her teeth and was determined not to speak. "However, when I need to know, I hope that you'd better tell me." Lin Ling finally looked at her and strode away. Only Long Yang was left in the bamboo forest. She stood there rigidly until Lin Ling completely disappeared. Only then did she relax as if she had fought hundreds of rounds. Talking to Lin Ling was really like a transaction between gods. At the same time, on the other side, a large number of experts had gathered in the sky. These people were all martial ancestors. At this moment, they were looking at the words that kept appearing in the sky. Those were a large number of names. When one of the old men saw a few names, he suddenly frowned. Shouldn't the people who are heading north from Yuan Villa be the top 3 half-step saints in Grand Simplicity Nebula sect? Why are Lin Ling and the others here? The old man was clearly very puzzled. "Hee, Grand Simplicity Martial Ancestor, it seems like you're not familiar with the disciples of your sect. Those people have done something shocking before." Someone was still looking at the name list, but he smiled faintly. "What did they do?" The old man was even more puzzled. "That guy called Lin Ling fought to a draw with Wangu Wuji of the Wangu clan. Therefore, we decided to let him head north. As for the people beside Lin Ling, we reckon that they aren't weak and are qualified to head north." That person turned to look at the old man and said. The old man's body trembled. "You're lying. How can he fight to a draw with Wangu Wuji?" Chapter 3254. Jiang Wuxia. Lie to you? Maybe you're right. I might be lying to you, but there are so many people in Yuan Villa. Could they be lying to you too? The person laughed. He did not understand why Tai old ancestor was reacting so strongly. As soon as he finished speaking, the Tai patriarch shuddered. The first thing he thought of was Xianxia. He had once thought highly of Xianxia, but because of a failed mission, he had abandoned himself and left Tai Starry sect. Tai old ancestor looked down on this disciple. However, he had not expected his disciple to be so powerful. Master, Zhui Yunfei is no match for Wangu Wuji, but Lin Ling is on par with him. Could he be the one who defeated the realm-devouring beast during the test? A man beside Tai old ancestor frowned. Although his tone was calm, there was a hint of jealousy in his eyes. It's hard to be sure. The talent he has shown so far seems to be a fire talent. Tai old ancestor shook his head. Who could it be? The man seemed to be deep in thought. Calm down. Time will prove everything. Maybe it's not him or Zhui Yunfei. Maybe it's someone else. Tai old ancestor looked into the distance. He did not seem to care, but in fact he wanted to know who the mysterious young man was. At this moment, laughter came from not far away. This must be the number 1 sage under Tai old ancestor, Jiang Wuxia. As soon as this voice came out, gazes from all around looked over one after another, and their eyes carried a trace of surprise. Jiang Wuxia was an extremely famous person in Yan State. It was not because of his cultivation, but because he had the ultimate desolate body. In fact, there were not many people who had the ultimate desolate body in Tai Nebula sect. There were less than 3 people who had the ultimate desolate body. Jiang Wuxia was one of them. Most importantly, he was the youngest. For this reason, Tai old ancestor thought highly of him. He was the disciple he was most proud of. He was also the first person in Tai Nebula sect to have the ultimate desolate body at the Sage realm. Tai old ancestor felt proud when he saw all the experts in Yen State looking at him in surprise. You are. As for the man, he looked indifferently at the person who had spoken. I'm sure Feilong from the Heavenly Court. I wanted to visit Brother Jiang when I went to Tai Nebula sect. However, I had something important to do, so I delayed it. I hope Brother Jiang won't take it to heart. The person who had spoken was very young, but he was at the Sage realm. Old ancestor Tai recalled the day when the half-saint stage young men were taking the test. Indeed, people from the Heavenly Court had come looking for the son of the devil. They were extremely arrogant. In the end, old ancestor Tai had to show up, and those people from the Heavenly Court left with their tails between their legs. Heavenly Court? As far as I know, wasn't the Heavenly Court destroyed by the God-slaying alliance? Jiang Wuxia chuckled when he heard that. Brother Jiang, you don't know. The Heavenly Court is a new Heavenly Court, and the one behind it is martial God Wenin. Because it was just established, it needs the talents of the 9 prefectures. I wonder if Brother Jiang is interested? Jiang Wuxia pondered for a moment and coldly refused. Tai old ancestor laughed secretly. He was very satisfied with Jiang Wuxia's attitude. Seeing this, Shi Feilong didn't get angry. He spread his hands and didn't say anything else. However, with his knowledge and experience, he could still sense that Jiang Wuxia had been moved. That was because that rejection had taken a full breath of thought, and not an immediate rejection. Why would Jiang Wuxia be like this? Shi Feilong looked at Tai old ancestor and understood. Jiang Wuxia could not say anything in front of Tai old ancestor. Tai old ancestor has a good relationship with one of the 9 states martial gods, but he is not as good as martial god Wen Tian. No wonder Jiang Wuxia was moved. Shi Feilong guessed inwardly. The people around were talking in 2s and 3s. Everyone who had appeared was a big shot in Yen State. There were Bai Yun Villa, Firefox Valley, Tianluo Sect, Jintao Temple, and so on. Although these big shot sects couldn't be compared to the Flying Dragon Organization, Fu Hang Manor, and other major forces in the 9 prefectures, they were only below them. Compared to the 9 prefectures, they were far superior to many other forces. Even the 9 prefectures' god emperors couldn't compare to these big shots. They're here. Suddenly, someone spoke, causing everyone's gazes to look into the distance. They saw a large number of experts coming from all directions. They seemed to have come from all over the Yen State. The weakest experts were at the peak of the Sage-to-be realm. Many of them were sages. This was a gathering of sages. If it were in Yu State or Spirit State, it would be impossible to see this. Then, those people bowed to the big shots of the Yen province. The old ancestor of the Tai sect glanced around and found a few people from the Great Simplicity Nebula sect. They must have come from the Yuan Villa. Zui Yunfei and the others lowered their heads. They looked like frosted eggplants. Looking at Lin Ling and the others, they were talking and laughing. Even though the sages were here, they did not have any stage fright. This made Tai old ancestor take a good look at the three young men for the first time. Compared to Xianxia Yun, these three disciples were much bolder. Their composure was also better than ordinary people. It seems that I have underestimated them. Forget it, forget it. I will slowly compensate for my previous neglect in the future. Xing Xiun escaped from the Great Change Nebula sect. Now, he has done a great thing for the Great Change Nebula sect. Tai old ancestor thought to himself. Although Tai Nebula sect was a big shot in the 9 states, it was also a sect in a precarious situation in Yen state. It was not easy for it to stand still for thousands of years. Therefore, if Tai Nebula sect had descendants, their sect in the deity era could last longer. Everyone is here. At this moment, an ancient voice rang out, and it caused the entire place to fall silent. Lin Ling, Sakura, and the others looked around. They knew that the experts of Yen state had gathered. A big operation was about to begin. However, they found that the big forces of 9 states, such as Fu Hang Manor and Flying Dragon Organization, were not here. They guessed that the more powerful giants must have taken action on the other side. However, their guess was not wrong. This operation is one of the biggest in 9 states for many years. Chapter 3255. Jealousy. A year ago, the same thing happened again. Martial ancestor Kundi and martial ancestor Wu Liang died by the Wanghua Lake. They were unharmed and their eyes were taken away. This incident finally alarmed the Yen state. After some speculation, it was confirmed that the Great Devil sect was behind it. Therefore, in order to eliminate the 10 evils of the 9 states, some martial ancestors called upon the experts of the Yen state and the 9 states to join forces and launch a fierce attack on the Great Devil sect. Even if we cannot eradicate them, we must drive them away from the 9 prefectures. Right now, the Great Devil sect is entrenched in the Heavenly King Mountain area, and there are even more powerful big shots from the 9 prefectures attacking. However, the Great Devil sect has the most people among the 9 prefectures' 10 evils. Therefore, we have decided to let you guys attack the Great Devil sect from another direction. The experts in that direction are not very powerful, so you guys should be able to deal with them. The Great Devil sect has 5 Great Devil Elders, and the place you are going to is the territory of one of the Great Devil Elders. However, although you have a lot of people, you still have to be careful. After the operation is over, our alliance will reward you according to your merits, and the sect you belong to will also be honored. I hope you can work harder. When the voice ended, everyone's emotions rose. Even the sect masters were secretly clenching their fists. No one wanted to be inferior to others. At this time, they naturally wanted to win glory for their sect. After that, all the half-saints and saints returned to their respective sects. It was the same for Lin Ling and the other 2. The Tai Patriarch and the others stared deeply at Lin Ling and the other 2. Finally, a smile appeared on their faces. Obviously, Lin Ling and the other 2 had greatly improved the reputation of the Great Change Nebula sect in the Yuan Villa. This made them extremely proud. You're Lin Ling, right? Not bad at all. However, before the Tai Patriarch could say anything, Jiang Wuxia spoke in the tone of a senior. He did not know what to say, but he stared at Xiaoyu and said, "This mission is extremely dangerous. It's better for this little girl not to come along. She'll be safer in the sect. No need. She likes to follow me, and I don't intend to let her leave." Upon hearing this, Lin Ling also spoke calmly. His tone was neither haughty nor humble, which undoubtedly made Jiang Wujia's eyes narrow. He thought that Lin Ling would more or less respect him, but who knew that Lin Ling's attitude towards him could be said to be completely expressionless. But in terms of seniority, he, Jiang Wujia, was Lin Ling and the others' martial uncle. However, Jiang Wujia could sense the presence of the Tai Patriarch and the others, so he suppressed his anger. "You guys are Xing Shiyun's disciples, right? I've heard that you guys fought Wangu Wuji to a draw in the Yuan manner. Seeing Jiang Wujia's silence, the patriarch of Tai Yi finally spoke. This was the first time he had mentioned Xing Xiyun's name. Generally speaking, Lin Ling and the other two would definitely be very excited if he personally asked. At least, that was what Zui Yunfei and the others thought. However, Lin Ling Trio's reaction was still very calm. Lin Ling smiled and said, "It's not a big deal. It's just a tie. That's all." Zui Yunfei and the others narrowed their eyes when they heard this. The elders behind the patriarch of Tai Yi frowned. What if that? It sounded so simple. Moreover, the three of them were not excited at all when facing the patriarch of Tai Yi. This made the elders extremely unhappy. Hee, young people, you are ambitious. However, the patriarch of Tai Yi did not flare up. Instead, he praised them. At least from this point of view, Lin Ling's trio was much better than Xing Xiyun's group. Get ready to set off. If you guys complete the mission, Tai Yi Nebula sect will reward you handsomely. The patriarch of Tai Yi reminded them. Lin Ling, Zui Yunfei, and the others nodded. When they looked into the distance, they saw that the crowd was already moving forward. However, at that moment, a sweet voice suddenly rang out. "Lin Ling, I'll go with you." Long Yang strode towards the Great Change Nebula sect. Behind her, dozens of beauties were also following her. This scene caused the crowd to tremble. In particular, some of the younger generation frowned. This was because they had already received news that the most beautiful woman in Yuheng was coming. Therefore, they had gathered here to catch a glimpse of her beauty. In the end, the beautiful woman did not disappoint them. Moreover, the dozens of beauties that she brought along with her moved many people. However, the beautiful woman was now planning to go with a sage-to-be junior and take all the beauties with her? As a man, he could not tolerate such a thing. Most importantly, the young man was only a sage-to-be. Perhaps he had some strength, but there were many sage-to-be experts present. A sage-to-be could only stand aside. The patriarch of Tai Yi was also shocked. Yuheng sect, a sect in Miao Prefecture, had a stronger origin than Tai Yi Nebula sect. This was one of the reasons why the beauties could become the focus of attention. Now, even the patriarch of Tai Yi Nebula sect could not catch the eye of Yuheng sect. On the contrary, a disciple of the sect had succeeded. Junior brother Lin, what happened? Even Jiang Wuxia started to frown. He was a powerful genius in the sage-to-be realm. However, he had not been invited by the beauties. On the contrary, his junior brother had succeeded. This made him very uncomfortable. However, Lin Ling did not even look at him. Instead, he looked coldly at Long Yang and said, "Get lost." That one word shocked the void. Get lost. This was the dream of others, and this young man had asked those beauties to get lost. Bastard! Some of the young men's eyes were red. As long as the beautiful woman gave the order, they would immediately attack Lin Ling and the other two. However, Long Yang apparently did not care about Lin Ling's angry shout. Instead, she said aggrievedly, "Please don't drive me away. We have reached an agreement to go to Heavenly King Mountain together. Get lost." That lovely and moving appearance caused many people's eyes to burn with jealousy. Some impulsive people even charged into the ground and fiercely smashed their fists on the ground, causing rumbling sounds to ring out. Unfortunately, Lin Ling and Long Yang were enemies. Naturally, he knew that Long Yang's actions were actually harmful to him, forcing him to become the enemy of all men. However, at this moment, no matter how Lin Ling explained, it was useless. Moreover, Lin Ling did not bother to explain anything. Whatever tricks Long Yang wanted to play, he would just play along with her. "Well, since you have made up your mind, let's go together. Go!" In front of countless people, Lin Ling stepped forward and forcibly held Long Yang in his arms. His palm pinched the flesh of Long Yang's waist fiercely. It had to be said that Long Yang's waist was very slender and felt very good. This action also caused a flame of anger to burn in the depths of Dragon Lady's eyes. However, since she dared to harm Lin Ling, she was naturally mentally prepared. This was because she had encountered such a thing before. Chapter 3256. Splicing Demons. Let's go, beauty. With you by my side, I don't think this big operation will be boring. Yes. Lin Ling ignored the gazes of the crowd and walked forward with Longyang in his arms. Haha. Yes. Behind him, Sakura and the others laughed loudly. Their laughter seemed to resound throughout the world. Obviously, they knew who the beauty was and knew that she was deliberately trying to harm Lin Ling. And this kind of laughter naturally made everyone even angrier. Who is this guy? Yes. A young man in white frowned. He came from the White Cloud Villa and was the strongest genius in the Sage Stage. His name was Huagu. He's from the Grand Change Nebula sect. Damn, he's just a half-saint. Look at how arrogant he is. Not only did he take away the most beautiful woman, but he also took away all the other beauties. Yes. Another person also replied. He came from the Firefox Valley and was called Fire Fox Ichiro. In fact, it was not only them. The others also spoke one after another. Even Sir Fialong from the Heavenly Court snorted. He was a genius from the Heavenly Court, but he was not favored by a beauty. This was too unfair. However, anger was anger. In the end, they could only watch the group of beauties in front of them leave with a young man in a blue robe. It had to be said that the scene was extremely beautiful. Lin Ling and Longyang walked together. Lin Ling still had a smile on his face, but his voice was extremely cold. Longyang, you're really bold. You provoked me again and again. Do you really think that I don't dare to kill you here? Yes. Lin Ling, there's a reason for this. It's because one of my enemies is watching me. So, I have to find some people to bewitch him. Yes. To Lin Ling's surprise, Longyang spoke seriously. Do you think I'm a fool? Do you think I can bewitch that person? Yes. It won't be of much help, but it will at least be of some use. I guess that person must have some doubts at this moment. After all, it's impossible for someone of my status to know a junior of the semi-sage realm. Truth and falsehood, falsehood and falsehood. By the time he comes to his senses, I might have already left. Fine, maybe you're right, but is this the first day you've met me, Lin Ling? Don't you know who I, Lin Ling, am? I know, and I know that you will definitely kill me. But in the Yen province, you are the only one I can trust now. However, since I borrowed you to avoid the enemy, I will definitely not treat you unfairly. Your mission this time is to eliminate a demon elder on the side of Mount Tianwang, and I know his whereabouts. I can help you find him faster than others. At that time, if you complete the mission, your reputation in the Grand Change Nebula sect will also be greatly improved, and so will your sect. Longyang, don't tell me you don't know that if I, Lin Ling, were to surface, I would attract the attention of many people. You can rest assured that there are countless people named Lin Ling in this world. The Heavenly Court may not think that you are the son of demon, unless someone in the Heavenly Court knows you and sees you in person. However, the former Heavenly Court has been destroyed by you, and most of the people in the new Heavenly Court don't know you. If I'm not wrong, Wenyan Martial God should know you, but he won't come in person for a nobody. The two of them were talking secretly. After hearing Longyang's words, Lin Ling's eyes continued to flicker. He didn't believe Longyang. Involuntarily, he looked at Sakura and the others, asking for their opinions. At this time, Longyang spoke again. Lin Ling, you're the person I want to kill the most in my life, but not now. So, in the short term, you don't have to worry about me. Moreover, I have other enemies now, and I can't spare any time to deal with you. Do you think I'll believe you? Lin Ling looked coldly at Longyang and said, whether you believe or not, that's your own business. But I'm sure that if you kill me now, the next moment, the name of the son of demon will be announced. You should know my methods. All right. You and I both have misgivings. Let's postpone our life and death feud. Lin Ling finally made a decision. The two of them seemed to be talking coldly, but in fact, both of them revealed a friendly smile. Those who didn't know the situation would really think that they were a couple. Especially when they saw the group of beauties behind Longyang, their eyes burned with flames. However, Lin Ling didn't seem to know the jealousy of the crowd as he laughed loudly and started drinking with Sakura and the others. Not long later, an ancient mountain appeared in front of them. In the sky above the mountain, demonic chi was rolling like an invisible mouth, wanting to swallow everyone who came here. However, the people present weren't weak. Adding on the fact that there were so many people, their reactions were calm. Then, the people began to split up and formed small teams. They began to search the area in a carpet-style manner. 9 regions, 10 vicious great devil sect. This was the sect with the most people among the 9 regions, 10 vicious great devil sect. Its destructive power was extremely powerful. It was said that the master of the great devil sect was a devil god who had fought with the gods in the past. In the current 9 regions, there were only 4 gods left. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the great devil sect was. Although the crowd was divided into small teams, the number of people in these teams was actually not small. There were even many teams that were formed by combining several small teams. Lin Ling and Sakura formed a small team and followed the crowd. At the same time, a map appeared in Lin Ling's hand. It was given to him by Long Yang and recorded the location of one of the great devil sect's devil elders. Although he didn't know where Long Yang got this map, but Long Yang had always been mysterious, so Lin Ling wasn't surprised. Kill! After entering the Heavenly King Mountain, they naturally met the devil dwellers of the great devil sect. These devil dwellers were very strange. Some looked like humans, some looked like demons, but their fighting power was extremely strong. Lin Ling also saw that these devil dwellers seemed to be pieced-together people. For example, there was a devil dweller who had the body of a crocodile but the upper body of a human. He seemed to be pieced together. The crocodile was the divine beast green wild emperor crocodile, and the human was a Saint Realm expert. However, this expert seemed to be dead and was only acting under orders. This great devil sect is really powerful. Looking at those ferocious devil dwellers, Lin Ling was secretly surprised. In the past, Li Xiaoyao had never seen this kind of method. In his era, the great devil sect had not completely risen. That's terrifying. Sakura, on the other hand, looked at the other side, only to see the earth collapsing. A monster towering into the clouds was galloping over at this moment. This monster had centipede feet, densely packed, and its body was like a dragon. And in front of the dragon's head, there was a human head. Obviously, this unknown monster was pieced together by countless divine beasts and humans. This method was somewhat similar to the bloodline of the Golden Emperor. And this kind of devil dwellers was also extremely difficult to deal with. After a few clashes, they killed a lot of people. But fortunately, Lin Ling's side had more people and in the end, these devil dwellers were eliminated. Among them, in order to test the strength of the devil dwellers, Lin Ling also took action. He didn't use any methods and relied on his physical strength to clash with the 4 Dantians. Chapter 3257. Framed. Night gradually fell. The demonized land was silent. Occasionally, the painful groans of fierce beasts could be heard from afar, letting people know that there were demons killing wild beasts in the distance. Under such circumstances, those with weak wills would definitely be frightened by the doomsday-like atmosphere and flee. The large group set up camp at the foot of a mountain to relieve the fatigue brought about by the battle during the day. Lin Ling, Xiao Yu and the rest were also in a corner, drinking wine and recovering their strength. Lin Ling, right? Senior sister is looking for you. After drinking a few cups of wine, a woman walked over with a smile. This woman was also extremely beautiful, especially her figure. It was extremely hot, causing people to be reluctant to look away after a single glance. It's so late? Why is she looking for me? Lin Ling frowned, feeling that something was wrong. This, I don't know. Senior sister said that you'll know when you go. The woman said delicately, Senior brother Lin Ling, please don't make things difficult for junior sister. If you don't go, senior sister will definitely punish me. Second brother, go and take a look. That kind of delicateness was undoubtedly fatal to Sakura, so he couldn't help but advise. Lin Ling was still frowning. After pondering for a while, he finally nodded, but secretly transmitted his voice. If anything happens, you don't have to care about me and leave immediately. We'll gather with the sound transmission talisman. But Meng Lu nodded. They didn't have any friends in this place, so they had to be on guard against any unexpected incidents. Lin Ling also stood up and followed the woman forward. Not long after, a pink tent appeared in front of them. From inside, the laughter of women could be heard. After seeing the tent, the beauty in front of Lin Ling smiled and led Lin Ling towards the tent. "Wait, since you're already here, ask your senior sister to come out and talk," Lin Ling suddenly said. He was still vigilant, because if Long Yang really wanted to find him, she would face him alone. However, there were obviously many women in the tent, which was not in line with Long Yang's style. "Senior sister fought a lot during the day and is a little tired now. Why don't you talk to senior sister yourself? Senior brother Lin Ling, I beg you. As long as you see senior sister, my mission will be considered complete." The beauty didn't seem to want Lin Ling to leave. She pulled on Lin Ling's hand and rubbed her full breasts against Lin Ling's arm. However, Lin Ling shook her off and said coolly, "Then lead the way." "Thank you, senior." That beauty was obviously very happy. She brought Lin Ling into the tent. The women's tent was obviously blocked by a barrier to prevent perverts from using their heaven's eye to peek in. This also caused Lin Ling to be unable to detect the scene in the tent unless he forcefully broke the barrier. However, doing so was tantamount to being a hooligan. Therefore, after entering the tent, Lin Ling realized that the scene in the tent was different from what he had imagined. Not only was Long Yang not there, but there were 3 women. They were not wearing clothes and seemed to be waiting for something. When they saw Lin Ling, they immediately screamed, "What are you doing? Help, there's a hooligan." This caused Lin Ling's face to change. He looked to his side and saw that the woman who had led the way had also unbuttoned her clothes, revealing her fair and jade-like breasts. However, she covered them with her hands and also cried out in alarm. As soon as she cried out in alarm, the surroundings suddenly became lively and noisy. "Junior sister, what happened?" Many men's voices rang out in the distance. "Senior, save us. He wants to do something improper to us." All the women were shouting. The woman who had led the way rushed out of the tent and shouted to the outside, "Bitch!" Seeing this scene, how could Lin Ling not know what was going on? However, he was too lazy to do anything. He walked out of the tent casually. Obviously, he knew that this was a premeditated plan. Moreover, the people who had carried out this plan were not Long Yang, but those who had targeted him. "It's you. Well, you people from the Grand Change Nebula sect are too bold. How dare you humiliate the disciples of the Willow Leaf Gate in broad daylight? How should you be punished?" As soon as he walked out of the tent, many young men shouted angrily. Among them were Huagu from the White Cloud Villa, Huichiro from the Firefox Valley, Shifeilong from the Heavenly Court, and many others. However, to their surprise, Lin Ling was calm in the face of the anger of the crowd. Instead, he revealed a disdainful smile at the corner of his mouth. This kind of attitude was somewhat beyond their expectations. It was as if Lin Ling knew about their conspiracy. The fact was that Lin Ling had taken away all the beauties today. This caused the crowd to regard him as a thorn in their side. In addition, Lin Ling was only at the weakest sage to be realm. Therefore, they did not take him seriously. However, this was an alliance of the major sections. Without a good excuse, they did not dare to act rashly. Therefore, they came up with this plan to frame Su Ke. Seeing Lin Ling's calmness, the disheveled women immediately cried as if they were victims. "Junior brother Lin, you've gone too far." The cries attracted a majestic voice. A man strode forward and appeared in front of Lin Ling. He was Wuxia from the Grand Change Nebula sect. "How have I gone too far?" Seeing this, Lin Ling finally spoke. "In broad daylight, in front of so many people, you forced yourself to do these improper things. Don't you think you've gone too far? You're bringing shame to the Grand Change Nebula sect." Wuxia shouted angrily. "Senior brother Jiang, he's from your sect. Please uphold justice for us." The women looked at Wuxia as if they were begging for help. Wuxia nodded his head as if he had placed righteousness before family. This undoubtedly made Lin Ling's eyes turn cold. The sneer on his face deepened. "Junior brother Lin, what else do you have to say?" Jiang Wujie also looked at Lin Ling. Of course I have something to say. Lin Ling nodded his head and said calmly, First, it's dark now. How can it be broad daylight? Second, with their looks, even if they were given to me, Lin Ling, I wouldn't want them. Third, even if I really did those things, it's none of your business. It's none of your business. Lin Ling's voice became louder at the last sentence, causing countless echoes. Jiang Wujie was stunned, but the veins on his forehead were bulging. After all, he was the last disciple of the Grand Change Nebula. He could be considered Lin Ling's martial uncle. However, Lin Ling did not give him any face in front of so many people. Brother Jiang, this junior of your sect doesn't seem to take you seriously at all. The others also started to sow discord with a sneer on their faces. Lin Ling, I'll give you one more chance. Do you admit to your crimes or not? These words undoubtedly aroused Jiang Wujie's anger. Who do you think you are? You just arrived and didn't ask me the whole story. Instead, you helped an outsider. Do you still expect me to give you face? Again, it's none of your business. Chapter 3258. Release the tiger back to the mountain. Lin Ling couldn't be bothered to explain anything, because it was useless to try to pin a crime on him. Catch him. This man is arrogant and openly affects the unity of the group. We must catch him as an example. That's right. That's right. This man is scum. He will definitely affect the operation. That's right. Brother Jiang, what do you think about this? That's right. Angry shouts came from the crowd. Jiang Wujie looked at Lin Ling and shook his head. I can't help you with this, Lin Ling, he said indifferently. You'd better surrender. That's enough. Obviously, he had represented Tai E Nebula in handing over Lin Ling. The others silently took a step forward when they heard this, and they revealed smiles of success. As far as they were concerned, this kid at the half-saint realm was still alive. Ha, a bunch of trash. I'll remember you. Don't think that today's matter is over. There will be plenty of time in the future. I'll settle this account with you slowly. Now goodbye. That's enough. However, Lin Ling was still as calm as ever. His entire body's boundary essence erupted. In the next instant, he disappeared from where he stood. The surrounding air exploded. When they looked at Lin Ling again, Lin Ling had already appeared in the distant sky. His speed was so terrifying that it surpassed the speed of all half-saints. It was the speed of 90 boundaries of the physical body. Everyone's pupils trembled violently. The speed of 90 boundaries of the physical body? Not to mention the half-saints, even many sages didn't have such speed. For a moment, everyone looked at each other. Was this the half-saint kid they thought they could catch easily? See you later. At the same time, Lin Ling's cold voice came from the distant sky. It was as if he was mocking them. They had been thinking about how to frame Lin Ling, but they had forgotten that even if they succeeded in framing him, could they catch Lin Ling? Bastard! Numerous furious cries sounded out at the same time. You're only at the sage-to-be realm, yet you have the speed of 90 boundaries. You're very powerful. It's a pity that you're facing a sage realm expert. Everyone, you only have to wait for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. I will definitely capture him alive. After a moment of silence, several arrogant voices rang out. They came from the White Cloud Villa's Huag and Huahu Ichiro. The two of them were geniuses in the Saint Realm. Their speed had long surpassed the speed of 100 realms. I'm counting on you. Everyone was overjoyed. With the two of them taking action, they would definitely succeed. Where do you think you're going? The two of them roared, and the space around them twisted. They shot toward Lin Ling at a speed that exceeded 100 realms. Kid, do you have anything to say before you get caught? Two voices came out of their mouths at the same time. In front of Lin Ling, two handsome young men also appeared, causing waves of screams in the mountain range. Those women who had framed Lin Ling before were now shouting in worship. However, Lin Ling only smiled disdainfully. Around his body, a violent wind appeared and a torrential downpour descended. The art of wind and rain myriad realms. Previously, Lin Ling had only used his physical strength. Now, he used the power of a higher realm. In an instant, his speed increased to 50 boundaries speed. In front of Huagu and Huahuichiro's eyes, Lin Ling disappeared. Everyone will meet again someday. I'll take revenge for today's matter in the future. His speed had almost reached 150 boundary speed. Not to mention the initial stage of the Saint Realm, even the intermediate stage of the Saint Realm would find it difficult to achieve such speed. At the foot of the mountain, there was complete silence. Everyone's mouths were wide open. That guy could still increase his speed? Was he still a sage to be Realm Junior? Especially the women, their bodies trembled subconsciously. Although Lin Ling's cultivation was only at the half-saint realm, the words he left behind before he left made them have a feeling that they seemed to have provoked an existence that they shouldn't have. Releasing the tiger back to the mountain. This guy. As for Huaga and Huahuichiro, their faces were extremely ugly at this moment. Previously, they had wanted to seize the credit and capture this sage to be Realm Junior alive. Who knew that even though they were fast, Lin Ling was even faster? This caused their handsome looks to be as if they had been slapped hard in the face. Both of them were trembling with anger. They could only walk back to the foot of the mountain helplessly. Brother Huahu, don't be afraid. He has entered the Heavenly King Mountain alone. He will definitely die. Someone who could not eat grapes scolded the sour grapes. That's right. The others nodded. Most of them were experts at the Saint Realm. Now that a sage-to-be Realm Junior had left in such a carefree manner, they would definitely not lose face. Beautiful lady, you should know what kind of person he is. This guy is extremely daring and reckless. Fortunately, we exposed him for you. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Suddenly, Hua Ji's gaze fell on a beautiful lady in the distance. She was Long Yang. Thank you, everyone. Long Yang seemed to be in a state of shock. However, she quickly smiled gratefully. There's no need for that. We are just unwilling to let you be deceived by others. Huahuichiro immediately spoke up. His heart was filled with joy. He might be able to win her heart if he helped her this time. Unfortunately, they did not know that Long Yang knew that Lin Ling was not that kind of person. What a bunch of idiots! That fellow's strength is unfathomable. Aren't you provoking a porcupine by provoking him? A skinny young man who was standing in the distance sneered coldly. He was Wangu Wuji. He had fought with Lin Ling before. Although it had ended in a draw, he knew that Lin Ling had concealed his strength. At that time, Lin Ling had not revealed his talent or martial arts. Therefore, he guessed that if Lin Ling used his full strength, even initial phase true saints would not be a match for him. If it weren't for the fact that there were too many people here, Lin Ling would have killed these clowns a long time ago. Interesting. If that fellow can return alive, he will definitely stir up a storm in the Yen province. Wangu Wuji did not bother about those people as he turned around and left. Everyone was still talking excitedly. It was as though they had caught a spy. It was as though Lin Ling had already died in the Heavenly King Mountain. After all, it was extremely dangerous for a person to enter the Heavenly King Mountain alone. Swoosh. At this moment, Lin Ling was shooting into the distance. The ground beneath his feet was disappearing at the speed of time. The speed of 150 realms of speed allowed him to face a Saint Realm expert as if there was no one around. At the same time, a voice transmission talisman appeared in his hand. He was looking for Xiao Yu and the others. He only remembered the grudge he had for what had happened in the past. However, he did not care about it. After all, he did not want to follow those people. The mission this time is to find one of the 5 great demon elders of the great demon sect. Long Yang has already given me the location of that great demon elder. Lin Ling took out the map that Long Yang had given him. On the mysterious map, there was a dot of light moving around. That dot of light was the location of the great demon elder. Lin Ling did not know how Long Yang had gotten her hands on the map. However, the fact that the dot of light could record the location of a great demon elder was truly amazing. Something's not right. Chapter 3259. The Terrifying Elder Demon. He took out the sound-transmitting talisman and compared it. His expression changed dramatically because he found that Sakura and the others were very close to the Elder Demon. Moreover, Lin Ling found that the Elder Demon was approaching Sakura and the others. Obviously, Sakura and the others were in danger. Lin Ling couldn't help but speed up and shoot forward. At this moment, on the other side, under the ancient mountain, the gray sky seemed to be suppressing. Countless demonic beasts flew in the sky with a terrifying aura. The sound of each demonic beast caused a huge storm. Not only were there many demonic beasts, but each of them was extremely powerful. Looking carefully, these demonic beasts all had a characteristic, which was that they were pieced together. For example, there was a huge rainbow eagle. Its wings were like rainbows, extremely dazzling, but its head was actually a woman's head. That pair of eyes even blossomed with a demonic light. For example, there was a snake bee as thick as a finger. It actually had human eyes. On the ground, several figures looked at the sky with a solemn expression. There are too many of them. We're surrounded. These few people were Sakura and the others. Rumble. Sakura turned into a skeleton, holding a long halberd. As he waved it, the void cracked, and a huge tortoise and phoenix were swept away. Meng Lu also floated up like the god of the underworld, and many demonic beasts lost their souls. However, there were only 2 of them. Even if their combat strength was comparable to the first layer of the half-saint realm, they couldn't exhaust the number of demonic beasts. Brother! Xiao Yu hugged the little white rabbit and led the little deer, looking at the sky with tears in her eyes. She was very scared. At this moment, a demonic beast with a dragon's body and phoenix wings swooped down and swept Xiao Yu away. Xiao Yu! Sakura and Meng Lu shouted at the same time. They wanted to help, but there were too many demonic beasts around, and they couldn't leave. Xiao Yu was entrusted to them by Lin Ling. If something happened to her, how could they explain it to Lin Ling? Lin Ling once said that even if the sky fell and the earth cracked, nothing must happen to Xiao Yu. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, a cold light flashed and actually cut the dragon-winged demonic beast that was pouncing over into 2 halves. At the same time, an old man appeared beside Xiao Yu. He carried Xiao Yu and shot towards the other side. Just as he disappeared, a pair of pitch-black pincers appeared on the ground. With a cracking sound, it was as if they could crush everything. Fortunately, Xiao Yu had been rescued. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. What crawled out from the ground was also a bird. It had the claws of a crab, the tail of a poisonous scorpion, and a pair of wings that were as hard as iron. They're all seniors. Sakura and the others took a look at it and couldn't help but be overjoyed. Grandpa! Xiao Yu also revealed a smile. The person who had saved her was none other than Do Afterimage. Fortunately, I rushed over. If I was a step slower, young master would have scolded me to death. Do Afterimage revealed a gratified smile and wiped the sweat from his forehead. He had been secretly following Lin Ling. After seeing Sakura and the others leave, he also followed up and saw this scene. However, the crisis wasn't over yet. Do Afterimage's gaze also looked towards the sky. The sky was dark and countless birds filled the sky, making people tremble with fear. However, those birds seemed to have stopped swooping down and hovered in the air as if waiting for something. This also made Sakura and the others quickly land beside Xiao Yu. One person turned into a huge skeleton and the other turned into a white-haired god of the underworld, guarding there. Crow. An ear-piercing sound came from the sky. A terrifying thing happened. A huge human head floated over. This human head belonged to an old man. His hair was white, but his appearance was extremely ferocious. He revealed an evil smile and his mouth was actually filled with rolling devil clouds. The surrounding birds, under his smile, were actually torn apart, and then on top of that human head, they were constantly pieced together. A large amount of feathers and blood also sprinkled down from the sky. That cruel scene directly made Sakura and the others frown, because they saw that some birds were torn into 2 halves, but they seemed to be still alive and floated over to be pieced together. What kind of terrifying thing is this? Humans. Finally, a demonic beast that didn't look like anything appeared. On that huge human head, various organs of demonic beasts appeared. There were dragon claws, phoenix wings, 5-colored feathers, and so on. Not only did it look terrifying, it was also extremely ugly. Your Yen State's martial arts alliance came to destroy our great devil sect. You really don't know life from death. Since you dared to come, none of you can leave. However, your talents are not bad, just right to be my subordinates." That human head let out a low voice, and those words made Sakura and the others tremble. Could it be that they were also going to be pieced together as demonic beasts? Thinking of becoming the head of a demonic beast and then being controlled, they immediately felt a chill in their hearts. They couldn't wait to commit suicide. Waiting to be captured, that human head opened its mouth and a terrifying power sealed the earth, making Sakura and the others unable to move. Then, countless palms floated out from the human head's mouth. Some were skeletal palms, some were full of wrinkles, as if they were going to tear Sakura and the others apart. "Meng Lu, protect Xiaoyu. I also want to, but I can't move. I don't know what power this monster used to seal my boundary. Damn it." Di Shirtian and Meng Lu both became anxious. This person is one of the 5 great devil elders of the great devil sect. Beside them, the afterimages let out a dignified voice. "Devil elder? Damn it, our luck is too bad, to actually meet a devil elder." Hearing those words, Sakura and the others' pupils fiercely trembled. Great devil sect, a devil god who had once fought with the gods during the gods' era. How could the devil elder under him be someone that Sakura and the others could fight against? "Brother, are we all going to die?" Xiaoyu's eyes were filled with tears. She obviously knew what had happened. "Brother Lin Ling isn't here. Where did he go? He said that he would protect me like a big brother." Xiaoyu's cute cheeks were filled with more tears. Hearing those words, Sakura and the others sighed in their hearts. Previously, they left the mountain because they knew that there were changes in the mountain. According to Lin Ling's agreement, they had to leave immediately. Right now, they didn't know how Lin Ling was doing. Perhaps, Lin Ling also had his own troubles. "Xiaoyu, don't blame Brother Lin Ling. He has always been protecting us, just like our flag, but he is only one person in the end. It's impossible for him to take care of everything. He will also get tired," Sakura said. Hearing that, Xiaoyu's eyes flickered and nodded. Grandpa said that Brother Lin Ling is a real man. He has principles and values relationships, so I don't blame him. It's just that when I die, I can't see Brother Lin Ling. Xiaoyu is unhappy. How can we not be like this? Chapter 3260. Lin Ling at full strength. While they were talking, the terrifying palms were getting closer and closer to them. They were like small knives that were about to cut them apart. But at this moment, a dragon roared in the distance. The dragon bow shot over and 4 arrows intertwined, forming a huge dragon god bow. "Lin Ling." Almost at the same time, Xiaoyu and the rest looked up at the sky, their faces filled with excitement. Rumble. The huge bow of the dragon god struck the human head with extraordinary power, causing countless feathers to shoot out. The human head also let out a painful cry. Obviously, the huge head's gaze was on Sakura and the rest, which caused it to be shot by the arrow. However, this terrifying human head was really powerful. It was shot directly by an arrow, but it was only injured. "There's a sword from the gods." In the distance, a blood sword slashed over fiercely, cutting the bodies of countless demon birds. If Jiang Wuxia and the rest were here and saw the arrow and the sword, they would definitely be shocked. Because, with such an attack, even 70% of them would not be able to block it. Wah! The huge head made a sound again, spitting out blood from its mouth. Its withered yellow eyes also looked at the sky in the distance. A figure in a blue and white robe, holding a large sword diagonally, walked over step by step. His body was covered in colorful flames, and there was a dragon god roaring above his head. Behind him was a huge mouth. His pace was not fast, but it was as if he was stepping on the heart of the sky, with a domineering aura. This was Lin Ling's true full strength. If Hua Gu and the rest saw this, they would definitely be shocked. If it weren't for the fact that they had more people at that time, Lin Ling would have killed them with his sword by relying on Hua Gu and Hua Huilong. "Go to hell!" The huge head shook, and countless feathers shot over like arrows. They were densely packed and filled the sky, leaving no blind spots. Seeing this, the blue-robed youth's face turned serious. His body shook, and darkness descended. Countless black shadows shook out from the young man's body. The young man seemed to have been corroded, and his body kept disappearing, causing the surrounding sky to be filled with specks of darkness. If one were to look carefully, one would see that those specks of darkness were like sludge. The darkness quickly condensed and turned into a huge pool of sludge. The sludge let out a rumbling sound and opened its mouth wide. Countless feathers shot over, but they were all swallowed by that mouth. This terrifying scene scared Sakura and the others silly. Lin Ling had turned into sludge? What's going on? World-swallowing beast. Do Afterimage was very knowledgeable and exclaimed at this moment. Master, when did you become a realm-swallowing beast? What? Are you saying that this black thing is Lin Ling? Hearing this, Meng Lu and the others were shocked. They couldn't believe their eyes. Big brother, take Xiaoyu and the others and leave immediately. Almost at the same time, a low voice came from the huge sludge. It was Lin Ling's voice. Okay, but what about you? Sakura and the others reacted, but they were still a little worried. Don't worry about me. This guy is still no match for me. Lin Ling's voice came from the sludge again. However, this voice made Meng Lu frown. He said, Lin Ling, why don't we join forces? Go immediately. Unfortunately, Lin Ling rejected them directly. Meng Lu gritted his teeth and nodded to Sakura. In fact, Meng Lu had already guessed it. He knew that Lin Ling's words were just to comfort them. Lin Ling was no match for the Great Devil Sect's 5 Great Devil Elders. The Great Devil Elder was so terrifying that even the martial ancestor couldn't do anything to him because he was mysterious and difficult to deal with. Lin Ling was only a sage-to-be. However, they wouldn't be of much help if they stayed, so it was better to retreat immediately. This would give Lin Ling space to escape. However, the huge head didn't seem to care about Xiaoyu and the others escaping. Instead, it stared at Lin Ling. Obviously, the huge head was eyeing everything that Lin Ling had. Dragon bones, extremely powerful dragon bones, realm-devouring beast. TSK, I've been looking for this kind of material. You're the best monster for me to put together. The gigantic head let out an exhilarating laugh. Old monster, I know you're interested in me, but do you think you can catch me? Lin Ling's voice came from the sludge with a touch of sarcasm. Come to think of it, you and I are both monsters, but you're much uglier. At least I'm black all over, but what about you? You don't look like anything. You have the feathers of a chicken and the saws of a duck. How did you put it together? It's so unartistic. To be honest, you give me the feeling of a drowned rat. After the voice came out, the head roared, and the feathers around it stood up. They were both monsters, but Lin Ling was much better than him? He couldn't be much better. However, Lin Ling mocked him as a drowned rat. If I catch you, I'll tear your mouth off. The giant head let out a furious roar. Hee, you're angry. Look at your feathers sputtering everywhere. Now you're like a duck that has been stripped of all its feathers. No, an old duck. However, Lin Ling teased again. The reason why he was teasing him was because he wanted him to focus all his attention on him, giving Xiaoyu and the others time to escape. Old duck, I'll take my leave. Then, Lin Ling turned into a shadow and shot backward. Along the way, the black sludge began to transform and turned into a man, running away at a speed of 150 worlds. Come on, old chicken woman. At the same time, Lin Ling also laughed mockingly. Old duck? Chicken woman? The 5 great demon elders of the great demon sect had never been scolded like this before, and it was by a kid who was still wet behind the ears. It was exposed. They let out all sorts of cries and chased after Lin Ling in a grandiose manner. He swore that he would torture that kid to death. However, in his anger, he forgot to separate all the demonic beasts. Instead, he chased after Lin Ling in the form of a huge head. Although his speed was also very fast, he was only slightly faster than Lin Ling. Lin Ling's face was a little serious. The 5 great demon elders were really scary. However, it was best if they could catch up with him. This would allow Xiaoyu and the others to escape danger. Then, Lin Ling looked into the distance. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He thought of Jiang Wujie and the others. I'm sorry everyone, but I, Lin Ling, am back. Lin Ling's lips curled into an evil smile. He planned to bring the monster behind him to those guys as a greeting gift. At this moment, under the ancient mountain, people gathered around the bonfire and chatted in twos and threes. The topic was about Lin Ling. What a lucky guy. If he didn't run fast, I would be the first to kill him. Yes, he's just a half-saint. He's like a cat seeing a mouse. Chapter 3261. Gifts. When will the big operation at Heavenly King Mountain end? We don't know where the demon elder is hiding. I'm afraid he's like a stray dog now that he knows we're here. Yes, the young men said proudly. Their words made the eyes of the girls nearby burn. Those with great strength would always be worshipped by women. However, at this moment, a loud roar came from afar. Billowing air waves stirred up the dark clouds in the sky. Everyone, I, Lin Ling, am here to visit you. Yes. Amidst the rolling dark clouds, a slender figure also appeared. Bang, bang, bang. Almost at the same time, everyone at the foot of the mountain stood up with cold smiles on their faces. Is this guy crazy? How dare he come back? Senior Hua Hu, Senior Hua. Senior Jiang. After those people stood up, they roared excitedly. I know he's back. However, just as they finished speaking, a few figures walked out of the tent in the distance. It was Jiang Wujie and the others. They had cold smiles on their faces because they did not understand why Lin Ling had come back. Jiang Wujie walked out with his hands behind his back, looking righteous. Lin Ling, you only have two choices now that you've come back. 1. Surrender. 2. Apologize with your death. If you choose the first option, I guarantee that you won't die. Ha! As soon as he finished speaking, the people around him laughed. They looked at Jiang Wujie as if he was their leader. Jiang Wujie naturally noticed this. He was delighted and said again, Lin Ling, I'll give you 3 breaths to think about it. Otherwise, don't blame me. However, before he could finish speaking, his pupils trembled violently. The others were still sneering, but their smiles froze. The expressions on their faces became extremely interesting. Behind Lin Ling, the clouds rolled. However, the shadow of a huge creature became clearer and clearer, gradually turning into a monster. This monster was as ugly as it could be. Most importantly, the aura emitted by this huge head was extremely terrifying. Seniors, I've brought it here. Almost at the same time, Lin Ling's anxious voice floated out. Hearing those words, everyone's pupils trembled fiercely. What did this guy bring over? It actually gave off such a terrifying feeling. Lin Ling, what is this? Someone shouted anxiously. Old demon, it's the old demon we've been looking for. Kill it. Lin Ling let out a roar. He was getting closer and closer to the foot of the mountain. But as soon as he finished speaking, everyone's expressions changed. Demon Elder? The 5 great demon elders of the great demon sect were existences comparable to martial ancestors? How could they possibly be able to kill such a colossal being? Unless all the teams gathered together, there was still a possibility. Jiang Wujie pointed a finger at Lin Ling, his face as dark as an eggplant. He really wanted to scold Lin Ling for provoking such a disaster, but if he said it out loud, others would mock him for being afraid of the great devil sect. This situation where he couldn't go up or down made him so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. Martial Uncle Jiang, I've lured old demon out according to your plan. But Lin Ling didn't wait for him to say more. He had already landed on the mountain and said with a smile on his face. As soon as he said that, old demon, who was chasing from behind, naturally thought that Lin Ling was with these people. Therefore, he also regarded everyone as a thorn in his side. He didn't doubt that Lin Ling and the people on the mountain were enemies. After all, he already knew that the martial arts alliance of the Yen state had come here to eliminate him. Go to hell, a bunch of ants and stinky brats, do you think they can protect you? Old demon roared. His huge mouth opened, and demonic clouds rolled and covered the sky. Then, a large number of demonic beasts flew out and swept toward the mountain. At this time, the martial artists on the mountain panicked. They really wanted to explain that they had nothing to do with Lin Ling. But it seemed to be useless to explain. Damn it. Huagu and Huahu Ichiro couldn't help but curse. They couldn't care less as they used all their strength to block the flying demonic beasts. Everyone else did the same. If they didn't resist, they would die. Instead, Lin Ling sneered in the midst of the chaotic crowd and quietly disappeared. This fellow is really vicious. I told you that letting him go would be like letting a tiger return to the mountain. At the edge of the mountain, Longyang's eyes shone brightly. A cold smile appeared on her face as she turned around and left. Another person did the same. He was Wangu Wuji. He actually dared to provoke old demon alone? I really don't know how he did it. However, with our strength, we can't deal with old demon. It's better for us to leave. Wangu Wuji felt a chill in his heart as he left silently. As for the mountain, there were countless casualties. Among them, Huagu, Huahuichiro, and Jiang Wujie were the ones who had been attacked directly. Therefore, they were in the greatest danger. The people around them were also dead. This was especially true for the few women who had tried to harm Lin Ling. They were torn apart by the flying demonic beasts and died miserably. Their eyes were wide open, and it was as though they hadn't died in peace. They had never imagined that they would die here because they had offended a half-true Saint Realm Jr. That half-true Saint Realm Jr. was like a lone wolf in the wilderness. If you bullied him, he would hide in the wilderness and give you a fatal blow at any time. A person like that wasn't someone they could afford to offend. As time passed, more and more people died on the mountain. Of course, even more people started to flee. They cursed and swore at the person they were cursing. Of course, the person they were cursing was Lin Ling. Block them for me. Huagu, Huahuichiro, and the others placed their junior brothers in front of them. Only then were they able to escape the pursuit of the flying demonic beasts. As for Jiang Wujie, he was more powerful. He fought desperately and was seriously injured. In the end, he also escaped from the mountain. They were undoubtedly furious because they had framed Lin Ling. Now, Lin Ling had returned the favor by framing them. The gifts he had given them were extremely great, almost causing them to be completely wiped out. Fortunately, Elder Demon's target wasn't them. Otherwise, none of them would have been able to escape. Elder Demon's target was Lin Ling. Moreover, he had discovered that Lin Ling had already escaped from the mountain. What a cunning junior. Do you think you can escape? After calming down, Elder Demon's body exploded. He turned into many flying demonic beasts and flew in all directions in pursuit of Lin Ling. If he had used this method before, Lin Ling would have been caught. However, Elder Demon was so aggrieved by Lin Ling's scolding that he forgot about it. On the other side, Lin Ling was running wildly. His face was extremely solemn. They've all escaped here. Xiaoyu and the others should be safe. He muttered to himself. The first person to worry about was Xiaoyu. That was because he had promised Nanwu Fengyu. Lin Ling had always been a man of his word. Chapter 3262. Life and Death Escape. In fact, when Xiaoyu had suddenly erupted with a mysterious power and saved Lin Ling and the others from being pursued by martial god Wen Tian, Lin Ling had already guessed that Xiaoyu was hiding a powerful force. However, Xiaoyu seemed to be unable to control this force. He could not guarantee that Xiaoyu would be able to use it under the Demon Elder's attack. Therefore, Lin Ling decided to lure the Demon Elder away. Oh no, this beast is catching up. Then, Lin Ling's expression changed. He sensed a black dot behind him. A flying beast was flying towards him at a terrifying speed. Its speed had exceeded 150 world speed. Flying beasts were the fastest. In terms of speed, Lin Ling could not compare. Crow! Just as he sensed the black dot, the flying beast appeared behind him in the blink of an eye. It was a demonic beast with the mouth of a crocodile, the eyes of a human, and the wings of an immortal crane. Its strength seemed to be at the sage realm. When the demonic beast saw Lin Ling, its speed increased again. Its huge mouth bit Lin Ling. The force of the bite gave Lin Ling the feeling that it could reach 1,000 world speed. Clang. At the critical moment, Lin Ling used the tyrannical song sword and clashed with the sword. However, his wrist also started to hurt. Looking at the demonic beast, its mouth was cut open by Lin Ling's sword. However, the demonic beast did not die. From its open mouth, a tentacle stretched out. Then, like a flower blooming, it was full of sharp teeth. It was extremely disgusting. Lin Ling felt that if he was caught by the tentacle, he would definitely become one of the demonic beasts that were pieced together. 1,000 transformations. 1,000 transformations. Without hesitation, Lin Ling activated the illusion god's true inheritance and created illusions to bewitch the demonic beast. Then he ran wildly again. However, more and more demonic beasts flew over, leaving Lin Ling with no choice but to flee while fighting. Moreover, as more and more demonic beasts appeared, Lin Ling also suffered heavy injuries. His blue robe was dyed red with blood. After all, these demon beasts that had been pieced together were extremely ferocious, and all of them were at the Saint Realm. If Lin Ling's foundation wasn't so solid, he would have been torn into pieces a long time ago. However, Lin Ling wasn't worried about the demonic beasts. Instead, he was worried about the old demon. Because if they were entangled by these demonic beasts, Elder Demon could come at any time. Scram! Lin Ling's eyes were bloodshot as he sent a snake-like bird flying with a slash of his sword. The snake possessed a powerful rebounding force that sent him crashing into the ground, causing countless mountains to explode. Crow! Those flying beasts wouldn't miss such an opportunity, and they charged towards the ground like locusts. However, just as they approached the place where Lin Ling had crashed, black plants suddenly grew crazily on the originally barren land, forming a huge lush ancient forest. It was little Kunlun. The speed of those flying beasts was immediately suppressed, and some of them were even entangled by the vines. On the ground, Lin Ling spat out a mouthful of blood. After he got up, he felt lucky and shouted, "Little Kunlun, leave now." In the dense forest, a vine as thick as an arm shot out and wrapped around Lin Ling's arm. After that, Lin Ling ran wildly along the dense forest. He knew very well that little Kunlun couldn't stop so many demonic beasts. It could only hold them off for a certain amount of time. Sure enough, after the time it took for 3 incense sticks to burn, the dense primeval demon forest was torn apart, and the flying beasts that filled the sky flew towards Lin Ling again. What a troublesome beast! Looking back at the shocking scene, Lin Ling gritted his teeth and ran wildly again. Moreover, the worry in his heart became more and more intense. Now that he had wasted so much time, the old demon should appear at any time. At that time, Lin Ling would really be powerless to resist. Rumble! Bang! 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 Once again he fought and retreated. After a full hour, this corner of Heavenly King Mountain seemed to have been destroyed by Lin Ling. However, the old demon still didn't appear, which made Lin Ling extremely surprised. At this moment, he didn't know that the old demon was blocked by a figure far behind him. It was a woman in snow-white clothes. She held a cyan rainbow sword in her hand and stood quietly in the sky, like a fairy from the 9 heavens descending to the mortal world. Her aura was extremely cold, and there was a vast Buddha's aura spreading out from time to time. However, if one carefully sensed it, one would find that there was an evil aura in it. One good and one evil aura perfectly merged on her body. Most importantly, she was very beautiful. There was a swastika between her eyebrows, which made her look like a peerless enchantress. In front of her was a huge human head. Get lost. The ferocious human head roared angrily. Clang. The woman in white didn't speak. She waved her hand and pointed the cyan rainbow sword at the huge human head. As one of the 9 states' 10 evils, do you want to go against me? The ferocious human head spoke again. If the other party didn't have a powerful background, he would have already attacked. You can't kill him. The woman in white's pretty face was cold and emotionless as she spoke coldly. But he isn't one of the 9 states' 10 evils. Why do you want to protect him? The ferocious human head seemed to be confused. However, the white-clothed woman frowned when she heard this. She seemed to be a little puzzled herself, but her eyes were filled with determination. No reason. If I say no, then no. There was no explanation, only one sentence, but it carried a domineering aura. You're crazy, saintess of the immortal temple. I'll give you 3 breaths of time to consider. If you don't get lost, Don't blame me for ignoring the name of the immortal temple and killing you. The ferocious human head was obviously angry. Let me tell you, that brat has the best material. Even if I don't kill him, the other old demons will definitely attack when they see him. You can't protect him. Cut the crap, let's fight. Hearing this, the beautiful woman didn't say anything else. Her sword light was like water, carrying frost, Buddhist power, and evil power as it slashed toward the ferocious human head. She was obviously not a talkative person. She only knew what she should do and what she shouldn't do. Once she had decided on something, she would not change her mind until death. Rumble. The old demon was suddenly blocked, and he was furious. That was because the woman in white didn't show any mercy in her attack. However, he was a little afraid of the immortal temple, so he didn't dare to use his full strength. After all, he was only one of the 5 old demons of the Great Devil sect, and the woman in white was the saintess of the immortal temple. In terms of status, she was above him. Although the Great Devil sect wasn't afraid of the immortal temple, if he killed the saintess, the immortal temple would definitely kill him at all costs. Of course, with the passage of time, this kind of apprehension gradually disappeared, because if he didn't do anything, he would be in danger. You forced me. The ferocious human head floated backward, and its huge mouth opened. Countless sharp feathers shot out at an extremely fast speed, occupying the whole world. Clang, clang, clang. The woman in white held her sword to block, but she couldn't block that much. Blood also appeared on her white clothes as if flowers were blooming. It was extremely beautiful. Are you still not going to make way? Chapter 3263. I can't let you kill him. Clang. However, even though the woman was injured, she still did not retreat. She only used her sword to express her thoughts. Crazy! This also made the ferocious head throw caution to the wind. Even more feathers shot out from his mouth, accompanied by an endless number of powerful birds. The white-clothed woman was like a lonely boat in a storm. More and more injuries appeared on her body. She was using all her strength to resist, but this also caused her pretty face to become haggard. If a man was here, he would definitely be heartbroken. He could not understand why she was risking her life to stop a demon elder. I admire your perseverance. I can't outlast you, but can't I avoid you? Seeing that the white-clothed woman had no intention of giving way, the demon elder did not want to pay any more attention to her. He planned to go around her. However, just as he passed by the white-clothed woman, a terrifying aura enveloped the sky, silencing everything. The ferocious head's pupils trembled violently, and he inexplicably felt his heart palpitate. Subconsciously, he raised his head to look. Thunder rumbled in the sky, and the power of a god pressed down like a dark cloud. Divine punishment. The ferocious head let out a terrified cry. Then he turned his head and looked at the white-clothed woman who had collapsed in the void. You have the divine punishment god eye of the 6 great god eyes of the universe? Moreover, you have activated this god eye to the limit and achieved the ultimate desolate body, and it is not weak at all. The ferocious head's voice was filled with shock. Ultimate desolate bodies also had differences in strength. If one reached the limit, it would be the power of a god. As for the divine punishment god eye, the life god eye, the death god eye, the space-time god eye, and the reincarnation god eye, the destiny god eye, it was as famous as the 9th god eye. It could control divine punishment and was one of the most powerful god eyes of the 6 great god eyes of the universe. He had never imagined that this woman, who was only at the Saint realm, would be hiding such power. However, on second thought, it was normal. That woman was the saintess of the immortal temple. Rumble. In the sky, endless lightning shot down, its speed reaching the speed of 500 worlds. The void immediately exploded, and then the lightning was like chains, binding the giant head. This made the demon elder relax a little. Although the white-clothed woman had activated the divine punishment god eye to its ultimate limit, she was still very old. However, it was clear that she was still unable to unleash her strongest attack, so she could only bind him. Moreover, it would definitely cause huge side effects to that white-clothed woman if she intended to take control of the energy of a god while at the Saint realm. And his guess was right. The white-clothed woman's pretty face was as pale as a sheet of paper, devoid of blood. She was extremely haggard, making one's heart ache incomparably. Her clothes were stained with blood, but she still stretched out one hand, 5 fingers spread open, controlling the lightning punishment chain that bound the giant head. Moreover, with the passage of time, she gradually became older. "I can't let you kill him." She let out a weak voice. Perhaps at this moment, he was the only pillar of support in her heart. "Why?" Old Demon also let out a low growl. "He saved me." The woman's dazed eyes suddenly lit up. She thought of the man who had blocked countless people for her in the ancient forbidden forest and was stabbed by her sword in the end. At that time, she felt as if her heart had been cut by a knife. She really wanted to explain, but she didn't know what to say. Anyway, she didn't want that man to misunderstand her. "You like him?" Old Demon said again. "No, I am the saintess of the celestial temple. How could I like someone else?" Unexpectedly, the woman said stubbornly, "You don't have to deny it. Perhaps you don't even know who he is, but he has left a deep shadow in your heart." Old Demon obviously saw it more clearly than the woman, because a woman could give up her life for a man. He really couldn't find any other reason other than liking him. You. The woman opened her mouth and didn't know what to say. In her mind, there was only the figure of that resolute and unyielding man. That figure gave her a feeling that it was very unfamiliar, yet also very familiar. "If you continue like this, you will die." "You," Old Demon said again. However, the woman shook her head and didn't say a word. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared behind her. A strange power appeared in his hand, and then he hit the woman heavily. The woman in white had been fighting for a long time and was seriously injured. She even used the power of God's punishment. Now that she was sneak attacked, she immediately spat out a mouthful of blood like a withered flower. She fainted completely. No one knew whether she was dead or alive. "It's you." "Yes." Old Demon looked at the young man who suddenly appeared and frowned. Obviously, he didn't know why the young man was helping him. "The power of God's punishment has disappeared. Go and chase him quickly. If you are late, that guy will escape." "Yes." The young man smiled and said lightly, "Thanks." Old Demon looked at the young man with fear. Although he didn't know what the young man was doing, he didn't want to get involved. Therefore, he immediately flew away. However, he had a feeling that the saintess of Immortal Temple was dead for sure. Because if she fell into the hands of the young man, her fate would be worse than death. After he disappeared, the woman in white was still floating in the sky. Her face was haggard, which made people's heart ache. At this moment, she was like a sleeping beauty. However, because she didn't use the power of God's punishment again, her old age gradually recovered. Behind her, a man quietly stood there and stared at the saintess. It makes people envious. Such a beautiful woman who controls such power. If I could hold her in my hand, how happy would my life be? Sigh. Unfortunately, she is his woman. Sigh. The young man first showed a look of appreciation, then he sighed and looked into the distance. If I didn't help her before, she would have died if she continued to use the power of God's punishment. So, Lin Ling, you should thank me for interrupting her. Sigh. Because the great devil sect can't be underestimated, I don't want to get involved in this matter. So, I have already helped you. Now, it's up to them. Sigh. After laughing, the young man disappeared. As for the woman in white, she quietly floated down to the ground and was still in a deep sleep. At this moment, the huge ferocious head was shooting into the distance at an extremely fast speed. He was a little anxious, afraid that the kid would escape. He shouldn't be able to escape. He kept comforting himself. However, along the way, he could only see a large number of flying beast corpses. These powerful demonic beasts were all torn apart. Of course, if one looked carefully, one could vaguely see blood on the ground, and it was all flowing in one direction. What a fierce kid. You are just a half-step saint, but you killed so many of my Saint Realm demonic beasts. This makes me even more unwilling to let you go. The gigantic head cackled, and its speed became even faster. Chapter 3264. He was saved. In fact, Elder Demon's guess was right. At this moment, Lin Ling was lying on a mountain peak of Heavenly King Mountain. His body was covered with wounds of various sizes. Some of the wounds were bitten by demonic beasts. However, the heads of the demonic beasts had been cut off, leaving only their mouths. Damn it! Lin Ling said weakly. He had finally killed all the demonic beasts along the way, but he was also exhausted. Looking at little Kunlun, it had also withered a lot. Obviously, it had also suffered serious injuries. The realm essence in my 4 great dantians has been completely exhausted. My physical strength has also reached a critical point. If Elder Demon comes, I won't be able to escape. Lin Ling smiled bitterly. He had never thought that he would die here and become Elder Demon's peace demonic beasts. He was very unwilling to accept this. Lin Ling, how are you? However, at this moment, a familiar voice suddenly sounded on the mountain peak. The void was opened, and several figures walked out. The first person was Ye Shui. Next was Yi Linyun, Ma Jin Tianzi, Li Hongwang, and the others. These people were from the God Slayer Alliance. Their appearance undoubtedly shocked Lin Ling. He even thought that he was hallucinating because of his injuries. You don't have to be surprised because we already knew about your news, so at that time, we were already rushing over to save you. Now, don't say anything more. The great devil sect's devil elder is rushing over. Leave immediately. Ye Shui said to Lin Ling. Yi Linyun quickly carried Lin Ling on his back. Ma Jin Tianzi and the others picked up Lin Ling's sword and entered the void barrier one after another. This guy is fierce. He even went to provoke Elder Demon and killed so many of his peace demonic beasts. He's a real man. Nonsense. If he's not a real man, how can he be qualified to join the God Slayer Alliance? Let's go, let's go. I sensed Elder Demon's aura. That old ghost is very fast. Those people said at the same time. Obviously, they were very surprised. At the same time, a black dot appeared on the mountain peak where Lin Ling was. In the blink of an eye, the black dot reached the mountain peak. Looking at the bloodstains on the mountain peak, the ferocious head was stunned. Then, it let out a loud roar. He's escaped. Who's helping him? Find him. We must find him. After the roar, the ferocious head, the head, demon, exploded, and countless peace demonic beasts, flying. They filled the sky. They searched the area. Along the way, they were all peace demonic beasts. However, Lin Ling was nowhere to be seen. This infuriated the elder. He was so close to obtaining the realm-swallowing beast and the dragon bones because the youth was already exhausted. He could have easily captured him alive. However, he had failed at the last step. Demonic beasts, Bedemonic Yas Dragon God Faz. Demonic beasts could be heard in the sky. In the void, Ye Shui and the others were moving forward. Lin Ling's body was very strong. He was taking advantage of the precious time to recover. He finally felt relieved. As for Ye Shui and the others, he had some trust in their character. After all, everyone had walked through the Grim Reaper together. How did you know I was here? Lin Ling asked after his physical body had recovered for a moment. Yi Linyun, who was carrying him on his back, smiled and said, "You'll know in a while. However, you were really in danger before because you were targeted by the old demon. Perhaps you were targeted by the great devil sect's demon god. If you didn't escape fast enough, the consequences would be unimaginable." As she spoke, Ye Shui opened the enchantment. Everyone appeared in another world. There were many familiar faces here. They were all from the God Slayer Alliance. The son of demon is here. I knew it. This guy definitely won't die. Right now, the ones who have escaped from the Heavenly Court's pursuit are us. The new Heavenly Court has been born. Our mission is not over yet. People are coming back one after another. However, the son of demon is the most important one. When they saw Lin Ling, they were delighted. After the God Slayer Alliance's plan in Yuzhou, Lin Ling had won the hearts of the God Slayer Alliance. Everyone recognized him and regarded him as the 4th leader of the God Slayer Alliance. It's everyone. Lin Ling was also overjoyed. Then he began to greet his acquaintances. Indeed, they had gone through trials and tribulations together. Their friendship was made of iron. Even if they were not very familiar with each other, there was a tacit understanding between them. After greeting everyone, Lin Ling wanted to recover immediately. However, Yeshua had already walked over. She smiled at Lin Ling and said, "It's demonic young master. He saved you." Demonic young master? Lin Ling's expression changed. Then he suddenly thought of something. Could it be that he was the one who stopped the demon elder? We don't know about that. However, the demon elder didn't catch up with you on time. Perhaps demonic young master did something. Majin Tianzi and the others shook their heads. However, at this moment, a smiling voice sounded in everyone's ears. "Don't make me sound so powerful. I'm no match for the demon elder." Among the mountains, a young man in white clothes walked over slowly. He held a flagon of wine in his hand and had a smile on his face. Although his smile seemed friendly and gentle, those who were familiar with him would know that this smile was not to be underestimated. This was because he was the demonic young master of the 9 prefectures' 10 evils. "Demonic young master, you're back." When everyone saw the young man, they stood up and smiled. Lin Ling also smiled. "Son of demon, congratulations on returning alive." Demonic young master looked at Lin Ling and smiled. Then he threw a flagon of wine to Lin Ling. Lin Ling caught it and took a big gulp. Immediately he realized that the injuries on his body were recovering faster. Moreover, the realm essence in his dantian was surging. There were signs of a breakthrough. Obviously, this wine was extraordinary. Previously, I was also thinking of ways to delay the demon elder. However, there was an accident. Someone acted before me and stopped the demon elder. So, in reality, you were saved by that person. Demonic young master stopped smiling and looked at Lin Ling seriously. To be able to stop the demon elder, this person's strength is really extraordinary. Lin Ling was shocked. He couldn't figure out who had saved him. "You've seen that person before. In fact, I didn't expect that she would almost sacrifice her life to save you. She's the saintess of the immortal temple." Demonic young master said word by word. These words undoubtedly made Lin Ling feel as if he had been struck by lightning. He stood there in a daze. Endless ripples appeared in his sealed memories. "Senior sister, you..." His body trembled with excitement and his eyes became moist. And Yuer didn't forget about him. She wasn't as heartless as he thought. "Then how is she?" Lin Ling asked hurriedly. It seems like there's a bond between the two of you. That's because she was worried about you. After you escaped and learned of her whereabouts, the first thing you worried about was her." Chapter 3265. Kill the demon elder. Don't worry, she's still alive. In the end, young Master Yao didn't want to tease Lin Ling anymore. He smiled and said. His words made Lin Ling feel relieved. Next, he recounted the entire process. As Lin Ling listened quietly, she felt an inexplicable pain in her heart. She had never expected that Yu would risk her life to help him. What happened in the end? After understanding the whole story, Lin Ling couldn't help but ask anxiously. That holy maiden is still over there. She should be in a deep sleep. Lin Ling, you should thank me. If I hadn't interrupted her, with her current strength, she would have undoubtedly died. Sigh. Young Demon Lord said with a smile. However, just as he finished speaking, a gust of wind rushed over. In the next moment, young Demon Lord's neck was grabbed by Lin Ling. Lin Ling's eyes widened as he roared, You actually left her there? Do you know how dangerous that was? Sigh. This action shocked everyone. No one expected Lin Ling to attack young Master Yao. Son of Demon, calm down. Sigh. Everyone wanted to stop Lin Ling and step forward. However, young Master Yao waved his hand to stop them. He looked coldly at Lin Ling and said, Do you know who she is? She's the holy maiden of the immortal temple. Even if she's seriously injured, the demon elder won't dare to touch her. Besides the martial ancestors, no one in the Yen state is a match for her. Therefore, it's safer for her to stay there. Sigh. Moreover, it won't be long before the immortal temple finds her. If I bring her here, do you want the immortal temple to follow us? Sigh. Hearing those voices, Lin Ling's eyes gradually calmed down. He let go of young Master Yao and said, "Sorry, I was a little impulsive before." Sigh. I, young demon master, have been working with the old monsters left behind from the age of gods since I was a child. Even they don't dare to easily touch me. You're the first one who dares to threaten me. Seeing this, the young demon lord also revealed a smile. However, I can also understand your feelings. You and her care for each other and worry for each other. This kind of affection also makes me very moved. However, son of demon, don't treat me, the young demon lord, as an idiot. How can I make any mistakes when I do things? I'm sorry. Lin Ling smiled awkwardly and said again, "What happened today was my fault. I'll make it up to you some other day." After he finished speaking, he strode away. Son of devil, where are you going? Seeing this, everyone gasped. However, young Master Yao smiled faintly. He knew where Lin Ling was going. Son of the devil, I know you want to find her, but let me tell you, if you go now, I'm afraid she has already been rescued by the people of the Immortal Temple, because the Great Devil Sect is not the only one in the Celestial King Mountain. Moreover, I'm afraid that before you can find her, you will already be found by the Demon Elder, so you don't have to worry about her. Just stay here. Hearing this, Lin Ling stopped and hesitated. Although he really wanted to find An Yuer, the young demon lord's words made sense. Seeing Lin Ling stop, the young demon lord finally relaxed. Lin Ling looked calm, but when he was impulsive, he did not care about the consequences. Stay here, son of devil, because we need your help. Then, the young demon lord said again. Everyone else also looked at Lin Ling with anticipation. Previously, although Lin Ling was extremely rude, it was undeniable that Lin Ling was also a capable person. Lin Ling looked at the young demon lord curiously. The young demon lord had saved An Yuer, so no matter what, he had to repay this favor. Therefore, he would help the young demon lord. Celestial King Mountain, the situation is very deep. People from all the major forces in the 9 states have gathered here. The young demon lord asked Lin Ling to sit down. The others also listened quietly to the young demon lord's words. The reason for this is because the Great Devil Sect has found the god's treasure. There are many treasures inside. It is said that there are maps of the later levels of the 8 gods' celestial palace, several divine weapons, and a large number of ranked martial arts and gods' unique treasures. The young demon lord looked at everyone and said. Hearing this, everyone's expression changed. They never thought that the Celestial King Mountain would be hiding such treasures. God's treasure? Lin Ling's eyes were cold. Not long ago, the Yen state had gathered the martial artists from all the major sects to fight against the Great Devil Sect. The excuse was for the peace of the Yen state, but in reality, the goal of those upper echelons should be the god's treasure. As for the weak martial artists, they did not even know why they were fighting for their lives. How sad. At the same time, this also showed that the big shots of the Yen state wanted to use the weak martial artists as cannon fodder. Our goal is not those great treasures, but a divine weapon called the Glazed Light War Chariot. This is the famous weapon of the ancient deity, the Glazed Light War Chariot. The war chariot has the power to kill a martial ancestor. It is very suitable for our God Slayer alliance. At present, this war chariot is in the hands of the 5th demon elder. As the young demon lord spoke, the corners of his mouth curled into an excited smile. So did the others. The 5th demon elder is the demon elder who chased after the son of the demon. Although the Glazed Light War Chariot is a divine weapon, not many people know that he has it. Only the big shots of the 9 states know about it. However, their goal is more precious treasures, so no one is watching the 5th demon elder. Moreover, if we don't attack, we can't let them know about our origins. Otherwise, the great demon sect will not let us go. We have provoked a great enemy for no reason. Currently, I can track the whereabouts of the old demon. However, this requires the son of the demon to set up a formation to destroy him. After all, the old demon is much stronger than an ordinary martial ancestor. Moreover, several martial ancestors of our god-slaying alliance have fallen under the encirclement of the new heavenly court. At the end of his speech, the young demon lord looked at Lin Ling. If we have enough materials, it shouldn't be difficult to set up a formation. However, it will take a long time to set up a godly ancient boundary formation. Lin Ling shook his head and said, his God Slayer formation was indeed powerful, but it consumed a lot of treasures and time. This was the weakness of a boundary formation. Majin Tenzi. Hearing Lin Ling's words, the young demon lord immediately looked at Majin Tianzi. Majin Tianzi was also in charge of managing the treasures of the God Slayer Alliance. Son of the demon lord, take a look and see if these treasures are enough. Majin Tianzi took out a jade slip that recorded a large number of treasures. After Lin Ling received it, he looked at it carefully and then entered into deep thought. After a while, Lin Ling looked at the young demon lord and said, these treasures can be used to set up the Riolan's secret feather drum formation. Although it can't kill the martial ancestor, it can restrain him. After all, the treasures are limited. We can't set up a better boundary formation. How much of his strength will it weaken? The young demon lord was a little nervous. At least 70%. Lin Ling said with a smile. 70%? That's enough. There are so many of us and none of us are weak. Facing a martial ancestor with only 70% of his strength, we can definitely kill him. Chapter 3267. Death Game. Senior, please spare my life. Someone cried out in surprise. Spare your life? Hearing this, the old man laughed. Let me tell you, this old devil is in a bad mood, so I'm going to play with you. Right now, let's play a game. Game? Many people's expressions changed drastically. They felt that this game was a game of life and death. Obviously, the old demon was venting his anger on them. I have 10 lots here, and one of them is a death lot. The person who draws it will die. It means that every time a lot is drawn, one person must die, and that person must be tortured to death. Old Demon opened his mouth again with a smile. Although his smile was kind, in the eyes of others, it was like the smile of a devil. I'm not playing. Someone with a strong backbone let out a cold shout. Torture him to death. Old Demon was still smiling. He flicked his finger, and a monster with a human body and a demon head walked out with an evil smile. Those smiles undoubtedly made people's hearts tremble subconsciously. As for that stubborn guy, he looked as if he was facing death calmly and would not compromise in the slightest. However, he was dragged out by those monsters with human bodies and demon heads. His clothes were torn apart, and his whole body was pressed down. One of the monsters with a pig head and human body had a huge ferocious object under his crotch. Then, it was forcefully stuffed into the man's legs. The man obviously did not expect to be abused like this. He let out the most painful sound in his life. The ugly pig-headed monster behind him let out a maniacal laugh. No, it hurts. That person couldn't bear it anymore. If he was killed cleanly, he wouldn't even bat an eye. But after being tortured like this, he really couldn't bear it anymore. Kill me. He screamed in pain. Unfortunately, he was caught by other monsters and could not resist at all. Moreover, the monsters stopped him from committing suicide so that he could slowly enjoy the last bit of pain in his life. That feeling of being torn apart and humiliated was undoubtedly worse than death. Moreover, blood continued to flow out from his body. In the end, he was tortured to death. Inside the cave, there was complete silence. Everyone shuddered. Not only the women, but even the men were the same. It was said that demons were the most perverted. Not only did they like human beauties, but they also liked handsome human youths. Seeing it today, it was indeed so. Who else would refuse? The old devil said indifferently. Everyone was still silent. Even those with strong moral integrity were gritting their teeth and not daring to say a word. Looks like you guys really like this game. Alright, let the game begin. Since this old demon has plenty of time, I'll slowly play with you guys. The old devil revealed a satisfied smile as he lay down and waited for everyone to draw their lots. The 10 of them were immediately caught, and a bamboo tube appeared. Everyone had to draw lots within it. Moreover, this bamboo tube was extremely extraordinary, and it blocked all forms of investigation. Therefore, Everyone could only try their luck. A moment later, a bamboo stick appeared in everyone's hands. One of them had a black bamboo stick, which caused the person's expression to change drastically. Hee hee, you're unlucky. You're the only one who's going to die among these 10. The old devil nodded in satisfaction. At the same time, he waved his hand. Immediately, a monster walked out with an evil smile. After grabbing that person, it started to wreak havoc again. No, it's so painful. That person let out the final cry of pain in his life. Blood dripped from his back, scaring some women to tears. Next round, you. Not bad, I'm talking about you. Try to hide again. The new 10 people walked out, and the 9 people who had luckily escaped from the previous calamity walked back. It's them? Behind the crowd, Lin Ling stared at the 10 people. Surprise appeared on his face because 2 of them were familiar to him. They were Huagu and Huileng. These 2 Sage Realm geniuses were usually handsome and elegant. However, at this moment, they were like dead dogs. They cursed inwardly. Their luck was too bad. Previously, they had been quietly hiding. However, the more they hid, the more the old devil stared at them. Therefore, they had no choice but to walk out. Next, they began to draw lots. Moreover, Huaji's luck was extremely bad. He had drawn a black death lot. At that moment, he was completely dumbfounded. Meanwhile, those monsters stared at him with evil intentions. A human gigolo? Not bad. Junior brother Lu, your lot is death. Quick, I'll change it for you. No need to thank me. However, before those monsters could do anything, Huagu had already pounced on one of them. He forced the Black Death lot into that person's hand and snatched that person's lot. That person looked young. At this moment, his eyes were wide open as if he couldn't believe his eyes. Unfortunately, before he could say anything, Huagu had sealed his mouth with his realm essence. He stuttered and wanted to break free. However, Huagu had already looked at the old devil and said, "Senior, you said before that among the 10 people, someone must die. Is that right?" "That's right." The old devil looked at Huagu with great interest. "Although you said that someone must die, you didn't say that it must be the person who drew the lot first." Huagu said again, Interesting, very interesting. Answer my question. Who is that young man to you?" The old devil laughed and asked curiously, "My master's son." Huagu said nervously, "I'll agree to your request." The old devil immediately nodded. The young man was brought out. At this moment, he was staring at Huagu with resentment. A moment later, he let out a painful cry. Before he died, he shouted, "Senior brother Hua, you're not human." "Shut up. You're just unlucky." Unexpectedly, Huagu snorted coldly and replied. Everyone's eyes turned cold. This Huagu was so shameless. He actually betrayed his own junior brother. When Huagu and the others were about to leave, the old devil said again, "The 2 of you stay. The other 8 will be chosen again." Hearing that, Huagu and Huahuichiro's eyes narrowed. They were extremely puzzled. Because I like it." The old devil laughed. Clearly, he was taking pleasure in teasing them. For example, when Huagu betrayed his junior brother, the old devil agreed because he liked to see the scene of internal strife between his junior brothers. It made him feel very happy. You come out." The new 8 people walked out. However, this time Huagu was lucky. It was Huahuichiro who drew the black lot. His expression changed drastically. Without a doubt, he learned from Huagu and betrayed his friend again. "Huahuichiro, you've got guts. I won't let you go even if I become a ghost." Chapter 3268. Every man for himself and the devil takes the hindmost. Seeing another person die, the crowd's face turned even paler. Even if they were saints, in front of powerful strength, they were nothing more than ants. Of course, towards Huichiro and Lu Ge, the crowd was even more furious. After all, there was only one way out, and it was up to the heavens. However, Huag and Huahuichiro had stepped on the shoulders of others and escaped with their lives. Such an action was sufficient to show that every man for himself would be destroyed by the heavens. Moreover, the ones who were betrayed were their friends. Some of them were even friends who called each other brothers. What a pair of ugly people they are. Behind the crowd, Lin Ling's face was indifferent, but he was also somewhat gloating. Because after this incident, those two people's reputation would be ruined. After a few more rounds of drawing lots, the old devil seemed to be tired of playing and was finally willing to let go of Huahuichiro and Lugu. The two of them also walked back into the crowd. However, the crowd looked at them with contempt. My strength is stronger than those who died. If we die, then we will have died in vain. Moreover, when we become stronger in the future, we can avenge them. However, they have no hope of becoming stronger, so they must pay the price. Yes, today's grudge, we will remember it. Seeing the crowd's gaze, Huahuichiro and Lugu weren't angry. Instead, they whispered with righteousness. Such words undoubtedly made the crowd even angrier. These two clearly betrayed others, but they still found such an excuse? New 10 people, let me see who it is. You and you, I seem to have seen you before. Come out. At this time, the old devil's voice floated out again. The crowd was like a bird startled by the twang of a bow. Looking at where the old devil was pointing, they found that there was actually a little girl. Behind the crowd, Lin Ling's pupils fiercely trembled. Because it was Xiao Yu and Di Shirtian. Sure enough, Xiao Yu and the rest were all captured. This made Lin Ling anxious. I remember now, you guys seem to have some relationship with that hateful brat. But even if you don't have any relationship, you will be played to death today. Bring them up. The old devil's voice floated out again. In the crowd, Xiao Yu's eyes changed dramatically, and so did Di Shirtian and the rest. They were furious. Lin Ling had bought time for them to escape, but in the end, they were still caught. After all, Elder Mo's demonic beasts were too fast. Perhaps, this entire area might be under his control. There are still 2 spots left. Little beauty, it's you. At that moment, the old demon spoke again. He was looking at a devastatingly beautiful woman. She was the dragon mother. At this moment, Long Yang's eyes turned cold. She lowered her head and walked out. There's only one person left, so I won't choose a girl. I'll choose a handsome guy. It had to be said that the old devil's eyes were very sharp. The people he chose this time were not weak and were all very talented. Perhaps he was mocking the geniuses of the Yen state. The person chosen this time was none other than Jiang Wuxia. Jiang Wuxia hid very well in the crowd, but he was too strong. He was like a dazzling firefly, so he was easily targeted. Junior sister, I'll leave it to you this time. However, he did not want to take the risk. Instead, he looked at the woman beside him and said, the woman was quite pretty. She was also a disciple of the Tai Nebula sect. At this moment, her pretty face changed dramatically. Senior brother, she said in disbelief. Don't you like me a lot? This time, you'll help me survive this disaster. After we leave, I'll agree to your request. Jiang Wuxia looked at the woman affectionately and said, in fact, I've liked you for a long time. However, a man should prioritize his career, so I don't want to be too emotional. But this time, it's also a test of our love. Senior brother. Hearing that, the woman was touched. Jiang Wuxia, as the proudest disciple of the Tai patriarch, you're sending a woman to her death. Are you still a man? However, the people around them could not stand it anymore. Coward! Someone cursed. However, Jiang Wuxia's expression did not change at all. Instead, he looked at the woman affectionately and said, you might not die if you go up. You have 10 chances. So, little Yao, I believe that you can survive this disaster. Senior brother, if I come back safely, will you marry me? It was obvious that the woman really liked Jiang Wuxia. Of course. Heaven and earth are my witnesses. Jiang Wuxia patted his chest and said. His words made the woman smile. She was actually a little excited. The people around her were trying to persuade her, but the woman who was immersed in love did not listen to them. Instead, she strode forward. Interesting. Very interesting. This scene made the old demon even more excited. He loved to see the ugliness of human nature. Therefore, this time he would not let the woman draw the lot. He wanted to see how the favored one would deal with this matter later. The people who came up began to draw lots. A woman was unlucky and drew the lot. Her clothes were forcefully torn apart by a monster with a bull's head, revealing a large area of her snow-white skin. Then he began to wreak havoc. The cave was filled with the sound of the woman's cries. However, the old demon enjoyed the scene very much. Then he looked around and said to little Yao with a smile, "Congratulations, you've survived this disaster. Go back." Thank you, thank you." Little Yao was obviously very excited. She ran quickly to Wuxia, who exhaled softly. Before he could say anything, the old demon spoke first. "Since both of you are in love with each other, then make a double oath for 10 lifetimes. You will be bound together for 10 lifetimes. Also, if you have any other thoughts, one of you will be invaded by the inner demon." Wuxia's expression changed drastically when he heard this. He had heard of the blood oath. It was made with the heart of martial arts. It was used between lovers. If one violated it, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, he wanted to make an oath with little Yao. To be honest, he did not like little Yao at all. For a moment he hesitated. With his talent and future, the woman who was worthy of him was the most beautiful woman in Yuheng, not an ordinary woman like little Yao. "Brother Wuxia, quickly make the oath." The woman was overjoyed and urged him. However, Wuxia opened his mouth. Obviously, he could not make the oath. Everyone looked at him with disdain. They already knew what he was thinking. "Brother Wuxia." The woman also noticed Wuxia's hesitation. Wuxia sighed. "I'm sorry, little Yao. I don't like you. You're not worthy of me." When he said this, the woman's face turned ashen. "I don't like you. I was just deceiving you before. Of course, you still have a chance." Wuxia regained his former cold arrogance. "Brother Wuxia." The woman's heart seemed to be shattered at this moment. Was she just a bargaining chip? Was she a bargaining chip that Wuxia used when he was on the brink of life and death? Were those oaths of love just fleeting clouds? Chapter 3269. Snatch the bamboo sticks. Scum. Coward. Many people couldn't stand it anymore and started to curse. Was this really the #1 sage realm genius of the Great Change Nebula sect that they worshipped? However, Wuxia was still expressionless. He did not care about the crowd's curses. "Ha, interesting. I plan to let the two of you go." The old devil seemed to be having more and more fun. Because if he let these two go back, that proud son of heaven would have to face a lot of mockery. He could already imagine those days. After all, he could only kill a saint with his strength. So, it would be better for him to make fun of others for their entire lives. That would be much more satisfying. Next, you guys continue to draw lots. His gaze shifted, and that old devil looked towards Sakura and the rest. At the same time, Lin Ling also became nervous. Sakura, Xiaoyu, Menglu, and Old Do, there were a total of 4 people here. This meant that there was a 40% chance of drawing the life and death lot. If any of them died, this wasn't something that Lin Ling wanted to see. "Young Demon Lord, if you don't make a move, I'll have to," said Lin Ling. He then signaled to Yeshua. Yeshua's expression changed drastically. Obviously, this choice was very dangerous. As for the 10 people who walked out, they were all extremely nervous at this moment. One after another, they began to draw lots. "Xiaoyu, Menglu, Old Do, how are you guys?" Indra immediately looked at Menglu and the others. They were also extremely nervous. They quietly opened their palms and immediately saw that the bamboo sticks in their palms weren't black. At this moment, all of them revealed excited smiles. "Fuck, I actually got the black lot." Suddenly, someone let out a voice of unwillingness, and then a gale swept over Sakura and the others. Next, the bamboo stick in Xiaoyu's little hand disappeared, and a black bamboo stick appeared instead. Obviously, the other party had seen that Xiaoyu was a girl and had swapped the death lot with her. Most importantly, the person who attacked was very fast. No one would have thought that he would actually bully an 8 or 9-year-old girl. As for Xiaoyu, she looked at the bamboo skewer of death in her hand. Her large eyes immediately turned misty, and she nearly cried. However, although she was young, she was extremely sensible. She was afraid that Di Shirtian and the rest would be worried, so she had been enduring it. However, Sakura and the rest couldn't hold it in as they angrily looked at the person who attacked. The other party was a tall and slender young man. At this moment, he was playing with the bamboo stick in his hand. Clearly, he had a somewhat complacent look on his face. Most importantly, there was a hint of pride in his complacency. Hee, what's the use of a useless person if he doesn't die? He said calmly. Are you still a man? How dare you steal a child's belongings? Do Afterimage couldn't help but curse loudly. Moreover, he felt extremely guilty. It was because he was worried about the death black lot that the other party got away with it. You flatter me. However, the young man shrugged indifferently. Instead, he started chatting with the person next to him. It was as if he had just overcome a great calamity, and now he only needed to slowly appreciate the fact that someone was willing to die for him. Behind the crowd, Lin Ling's eyes were wide open as well. An evil fire was rising in his heart. That young man was already determined to be a dead man. Moreover, he had some impression of this person, but he couldn't recall who he was at the moment. He's from the new heavenly court. On the contrary, Yeshua, who was next to him, reminded Lin Ling. He seemed to be the young man who wanted to plunder the Grand Simplicity Nebula sect during the disciple recruitment. If he didn't remember wrongly, this guy seemed to be called Shirfilong. Each one is more shameless than the other. The people sighed in their hearts. This game of death had thoroughly revealed the ugliness of human nature. Subsequently, everyone's gaze turned to Xiao Yu. At this moment, Xiao Yu was biting her lips and actually walked out. The monsters with human bodies and demon heads were all extremely excited. Obviously, such a cute porcelain doll made them extremely restless. Don't kill her immediately. I want to play too. This is a little beauty of the human race. When she grows up, she will definitely be a peerless beauty. Even I am tempted by her. Those ugly monsters also walked out. Wait. At this moment, Sakura suddenly shouted anxiously. Then he snatched the death black lot from Xiao Yu's hand. Seeing this, the people were in an uproar. This was because, since the start of the game of death, they had only seen betrayal. This was also the first time that they had sacrificed themselves for others. The death lot is in my hand. If there's anything, just come to me. Sakura raised the death lot and said indifferently. Bastard, Sakura, get out of my way. However, just as he raised the bamboo lot, an arm quickly shot over and snatched the bamboo lot. The bamboo lot is in my hand. Let me do it. The person who made the move was Meng Lu. Next, Doing also made his move to snatch it. These three people actually rushed to their deaths, causing the people to be silent. Especially when compared to those who were greedy for life and afraid of death, these people were even uglier. The old demon looked at this scene with ridicule. He touched his chin, making people wonder what he was thinking. The bamboo lot is in my hand. Sakura and the others were still fighting over it. Finally, the old devil opened his mouth. It seems that all of you are willing to die for that little beauty. This kind of selfless action really moves me. However, I suddenly changed my mind. Let's leave the bamboo stick to that little beauty. What? Damn, old man, you're going back on your words. Hearing those words, Sakura and the others were furious. Haha, this is my territory, I make the decisions. The more you want to die for that little beauty, the more I want you to watch her die. I wonder how beautiful that little beauty's painful voice will sound. Who knew that the old demon would laugh even louder? Obviously, he was indeed perverted. He was also playing with human nature. The more people betrayed each other, the happier it made him. And the more they sacrificed themselves for others, the more he wanted to cause trouble. Men, slowly play with that little beauty to death. Following that, he waved his hand and immediately, there were ugly pig-head men and Taurans who walked over with a smile. Fight! Do-ing and the others roared as they burst out with powerful strength. I've long been on guard against you. The old demon didn't look surprised as he waved his hand and feathers shot out. It actually formed a feather prison around Sakura and the others. No matter how they attacked, the prison wouldn't break. Don't spoil my mood. Right now, you guys should just obediently enjoy that scene. Not only did the old demon not kill Sakura and the others, he wanted them to watch Xiaoyu being destroyed with their own eyes. "Little beauty, I will treat you well." That pig-head man had already walked out holding Xiaoyu's hand. Xiaoyu's entire body trembled as she looked at Sakura and the others with teary eyes, but she didn't say a word. Perhaps she also knew that if she resisted, then Big Brother Sakura and the others would die. Chapter 3270. Lin Ling made his move. What a pity! What a beast! Of course, they were also glaring angrily at Shifilong. They did not understand why the other party was so heartless. Interesting. At such a young age, it must be very painful. However, not only did Shifilong not feel guilty, he even rubbed his chin and revealed an expression of admiration. This caused everyone to grit their teeth. If they were powerful enough, they would definitely kill this despicable person. However, right when the pig-headed man was about to make a move, a sword came from afar. It carried the fury of a fiend god, and it actually chopped off the pig-headed man's head. Moreover, blood sprayed out from where the pig-headed man's neck was cut off. The blood stained Xiaoyu's clothes. However, this was not the end. Another sword slashed out, and the vicious thing between the pig-headed man's legs was cut in half. Then the crowd was separated. A man wearing a large cloak, holding a sword diagonally, arrived like the god of death. This infuriated the monsters in the surroundings. "You're courting death." His angry voice erupted like a volcano. No one would have thought that someone would dare to make a move in Elder Mo's lair. Moreover, if that person continued to hide, then he would be fine. But if he made a move now, then he would undoubtedly be walking towards death. Bang! A monster with a dragon's head and a human's body took a step forward and pounced at the newcomer. In midair, a terrifying power transformed into a palm that viciously slammed towards the newcomer. This was the power of 1,000 worlds. Under his full strength, the entire cave seemed like it was about to collapse. Boom! However, the newcomer also threw out a punch. The fist and palm collided, and an intense rumbling sound erupted. Then, under countless gazes, the dragon-headed man was directly smashed into pieces with a single punch. This punch was undoubtedly as shocking as a celestial being. That was because Old Mo's subordinates were extremely powerful. However, when they met force with force, the one that died was the monster. "Kill him." More monsters roared and pounced on the newcomers. However, the newcomer was not afraid in the slightest. He went all out, brandishing his great sword to meet the incoming enemy. The huge cold saber came slashing down and was cut in half by the sword. Both the man and the saber were killed in a single strike. A fist came crashing down, and with a slash of the sword, both the man and the fist were chopped into pieces. The short path from the crowd to the front had been forcibly opened up by the intruder, and the cloak of the intruder had also turned blood red. This time, everyone was shocked. This person wanted to thoroughly enrage the demon elder. However, the scene that everyone imagined did not happen. On the contrary, the old devil sneered as if he was surprised by the arrogance of the newcomer. Of course, he was also thoroughly enraged by the newcomer. Originally, all of you didn't have to die, but this person didn't follow the rules and ruined the game. So, all of you have to die now. The old devil spoke indifferently, but his words caused everyone's expression to change dramatically. Some selfish people even glared angrily at the newcomer because this person had caused them a lot of trouble. Of course, you still have a chance. For example, kill him. The old devil stretched out his finger and pointed at the newcomer. Obviously, in his heart, this person who was courting death was definitely going to die. However, it would be difficult for him to vent the hatred in his heart by killing him just like that. Damn pervert, were you abused when you were young? Or is your butt's chrysanthemum damaged? Is that why you can come up with such a perverted game? Hearing the old devil's words, the newcomer cursed angrily. The old devil's face was filled with anger when he heard this. Today, he had captured so many people, and everyone who saw him was like a dog. They were extremely humble, and this person was the first one who dared to scold him. What? Can't say anything? You're indeed a pervert. You're neither a human nor a ghost. You can only crossbreed with wild beasts and make yourself look like an old hen. Unexpectedly, the newcomer cursed even more viciously. Splice? Could it be that the thing that symbolizes a man on your body is also a splice? You're courting death. The old devil's hair stood on end, and his body trembled with anger. I know that you want to kill me, but you're not willing to die just like that, so you want to torture me slowly. Come on, if you don't come, then you're an old hen. Come on. However, the newcomer's arrogance was almost earth-shattering. He cursed a martial ancestor and arrogantly walked toward Xiaoyu. Bang! The old devil slapped the chair and almost attacked. However, he restrained himself in the end. What a foul mouth. However, I won't fall for your trick. He pointed at the newcomer and sneered. Then he looked at the crowd and said, if you want to live, you only have one chance. Capture him. Bastard, why don't you surrender? Curses immediately came from the crowd. Someone stared coldly at the newcomer. It was an expert at the initial stage of the sage stage. Is he your father? What a nest of snakes and rats. Seeing this, the person turned around and immediately looked over. Then he smiled mockingly. His words undoubtedly made many people laugh secretly. As for the person who was trying to claim credit, his face turned red with anger. He did not say anything else and pounced toward the newcomer. He planned to subdue the newcomer and make the old devil happy so that he could finally leave this nest. I don't care who you are. Today, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your master. You're too lacking in discipline. This person had a 6th grade desolate body, and his cultivation was at the 2nd heaven of the sage stage. He did not show any mercy when he attacked. Sensing this, the newcomer sneered under the brim of his hat. He unleashed his full strength and slashed out with a terrifying sword. This sword contained the fusion of the 4 dantians. In addition to his physical strength, it also contained 60% of the demon sword rank. The person who attacked wanted to subdue the newcomer with a single move. However, when he got closer, he realized how terrifying the newcomer was. With a single slash, his arm was cut off. Sir, you're so powerful. I won't participate in today's matter. The person finally realized a terrifying problem. He might not be a match for the newcomer. If he continued to fight, he would die. You want to leave after coming here? Unfortunately, the cloaked man sneered. He waved his left hand and a 5-meter-long giant bow appeared. The dragon bow shot out. Boom! The person retreated. However, how could he block the arrow? His body exploded in midair. An expert at the sage stage died. Moreover, it was only 2 moves. Who is this guy? He's so powerful. Wow! Many people's faces changed. The person who attacked was the sect leader of a small sect. Although his talent was not as good as the geniuses of the Yen state, he had cultivated for a long time and his strength was not to be underestimated. However, he was still dead. Most importantly, they had never seen the newcomer's skills before. If they had, it would be Sakura and the others. They were all excited. Moreover, the old devil frowned. The dragon bow was very familiar.